welcome to the Metroid Prime trilogy. Today we are playing some Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Griff, I haven't played this since the end of 2023. So yeah, we're revisiting this again about a year and a half later for myself. When's the last time you've played Metroid Prime 3?
Well, about yesterday. But other than that,
yes.
Other than for the marathon, it's been like a while before I last played Prime 3. So let us go ahead and get started on normal.
Awesome. Just doing a casual little normal run today.
Nothing super special. Try to get... Luckily, quote-unquote, this can be quite easy even without being on normal, but you'd be surprised at how... Wait, is it that on normal mode it's like you deal more damage, enemies deal less, or do you know the difference?
Not really. I know that there's a health multiplier on the enemies. I don't know if Samus does less damage on the higher difficulties. I don't know the full specifics of like whatever the damage numbers are. I just know that enemies get more bullet spongy regardless the higher you go, and hyper mode becomes more necessary. Although personally, the way Corruption's set up, it definitely likes to encourage you to do hyper mode regardless. So you're gonna be seeing a lot of blue for sure.
If any of these games have a color theme, Prime 3 is definitely blue. I wonder if in Prime 4 we'll actually be able to be inside of our ship, or we just gotta look at it longingly.
Yeah. Matt Hobby is asking if there's any chance of... Oh no, Papa Rick says the audio is definitely boosted. Okay, so we got some conflicting reports. Matt Hobby is wondering if we can boost audio. Papa Rick says the audio is definitely boosted, so...
Alright, then what would I switch for off audio? Put up down.
Says he feels the game is louder than Doom, though. Did you unmute desktop audio?
Yeah, I muted desktop audio.
Okay.
Unidentified vessel, please switch to a secure radio frequency and transmit your identity code.
No worries. I'll speak extra close to the microphone.
Alright, lower the game volume a bit. Does that sound any better?
I don't know, I sound pretty loud on my end.
Proceed to the command ship Olympus. You've been cleared for docking bay 5. Welcome back, Samus.
Yeah, that's right, Papa Rick. We got the me bobblehead action going. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the, I love all the little silly unlockables in this game. The me bobbleheads. Of course, you got the, I guess not the codec calls, this isn't Metal Gear, but you know, you got like the secret transmissions that you can input in the radio. You get some stuff from Kenji Yamamoto, Satoru Iwata, rest in peace, Shigeru Miyamoto, Yoshio Sakamoto, and then I think Kensuke Tanabe. I think those are all the secret transmissions that you can find, which are really awesome.
Do you have any other Nintendo game that does something like that?
There's got to be some, but I can't think of what they are at the top of my head at the moment.
I think Prime 3 to 2, the suit here definitely seems more shiny. Although Zero Suit definitely has a more, I guess, anime look to her face at the very least.
Yeah, I definitely. I like the Corruption face design. I definitely prefer the Prime 1, especially the Prime Remastered version.
Yeah.
But yeah, Prime 3 is going for something different, and I think for what it attempts to do, it's pretty decent.
Yep. People say, like,
all right, Samus, please calibrate your weapon by shooting a live firearm directly at us.
In our general direction. I hope the force field's working. Where's the... Looking for hint system here. It should be... okay, there it is. Oh, it's already off. Okay.
Yeah, Lilith. The target practice is really fun. Getting that 20 for the that secret credit is always gives me a little bit of trouble. But yeah, I could spend like, you know, an hour on that thing. Papa Rick says, I think everything is mixing better now. The other person is louder than everyone, but Doom is good. Game audio is good. All right, I'm fine with that.
In this room, I think you overhear two engineers talking about something called the Horus Rebellion. There's a scan regarding it somewhere, but when I first listened to that eons ago, I'm like, is that a Warhammer 40k reference to this big event called the Horus Heresy? The only one found in the game, but it's like...
Yeah, all I know about the Horus Rebellion is that was some nasty business. Yeah, and Matt says, sounds good now. Awesome.
Alright.
Doom GC, so close to Prime 4. That's nice to see some Prime 3 to get us all up to speed. Enjoy the stream, folks. Oh, absolutely. We're probably not going to see the 100% cutscene because we're just doing a little casual run today. But, you know, for those of you who know, you know, we've definitely been waiting to see the answers that Prime 3 left us on back in 2007. And, you know, here we are 18 years later, and we're finally seeing the culmination of that.
Hopefully. Okay, so here's a question, I guess, on that level. When Prime 4 shows up, how much of it do you think they'll show to us?
Well, I think they have to. I think the next time we see Prime 4, we're gonna see some substantial stuff.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we've already seen a little bit of teaser gameplay. And I was talking about this when I was streaming Prime 2 yesterday, but like pretty much everything that Samus does in that, actually not even pretty much, literally everything Samus does in that trailer is stuff that she's been able to do since, you know, Metroid Prime 1. So like it's fairly basic mechanics just to kind of show everyone that like, hey guys, this is very much so a Metroid Prime game. I think the next time we see Metroid Prime 4, it's gonna be a blowout. I think we're gonna see a bunch of new stuff. We're gonna see like what really differentiates this from the rest of the trilogy, and I think we'll get a little bit more story details. You know, all we really know right now is that Silex is involved. We have some teases that might hint on some time mechanics. I think we're gonna have a much bigger understanding of what that's going to entail the next time we see it, whether that's in a Switch 1 Direct or on April 2nd.
Yeah, because I guess a related question. There's been rumors of a February Direct happening but I'm assuming that's less some guy on Reddit said so, and more just there's traditionally been a Direct at this time of the year, and if they're going to continue supporting Switch 1 for things, you figure they'll at least show us something, especially since there is no noteworthy game release in February, as you said in a podcast episode. But hypothetical, if this Direct in February happens and Prime 4 is there, where do you think it'll be, and how much do you think they'll show? Because it's like, it seems obvious that if it's going to be, people have always going on around like, oh, it's totally cross-gen, or no, it couldn't be, or whatever. But so it wouldn't surprise me if an April Direct, the Switch 2 thing has Prime 4 there, regardless of February Direct. But so.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but I'm also on team, it's absolutely cross-gen. You're insane if you think it's not cross-gen. I know some people disagree with that, but like I think there's a substantial amount of evidence pointing towards that. But I mean, regardless, I absolutely think we're getting it in April. Whether or not we get it in February, I think wholly depends on whether or not we actually get a general February Direct. I mean, they could also do like a Twitter drop or something like that. I kind of don't think they're going to do that just because we already have pretty big events planned out since then. Obviously, April's when the Direct is. March, we have Xenoblade X, so I think that's going to be the focus of March. And that kind of just leaves February. And then February, I mean, who knows? We could get a general Direct. I could also very much see us getting a partner showcase. I think I'm kind of leaning towards that, or maybe a Direct Mini. But you know, it's hard to say considering, you know, how soon these things get announced prior to you know, when they start streaming. It's only like a couple days warning.
That seems inefficient.
Yeah, you
That-
say
that
Twitter
being-
drop, but that'd be hilarious, and just in a way if they're like, oh yeah, Prime 4 releases tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to do like a shadow drop or anything like that, but I mean, they could do it. They could do a Twitter drop. I mean, Xenoblade X got revealed through a Twitter drop, even though we're out of the pandemic now. So they still, occasionally they'll still do some games via Twitter drop if if they don't think they have enough material for a direct showcase. So it's very much still possible, especially since they've already re-revealed Prime 4. I don't think they would Twitter drop it if they hadn't already done the re-reveal, but since they have done it, I don't think a Twitter drop is impossible, but I think it's unlikely at this point.
They're pirates.
Yeah.
How could they resist a prize like that?
Lilith says this chick love Gandreda. Gandreda does got that sass, doesn't she?
The little point I was thought of when 242 talks to everybody, they're shocked, despite the fact that apparently Aurora units have been a thing for decades in the lore. And, Samus has been around a giant talking brain herself, so why is she surprised?
But we're still vulnerable. Pirates decide to launch a
Yeah, that is. There's definitely a lot of things in corruption where you're not supposed to think about it too hard, but when you do, you kind of realize it doesn't make sense. But also that's kind of part of its charm, I think.
Yeah. Because I don't remember exactly what was in the King K video. I know that I mentioned it when you were going to do a Prime 3 definitive ranking, I think. I don't remember what your viewpoint on that video was, but it seemed to me, my takeaway from what I remember is where the point from King K made is kind of just like, everything Prime does new, everything Prime 3 does that's new, is just shouldn't be done again because of blank, blank, blank. And High Representative, what I remember, it's like, I can't necessarily disagree, technically. I can see where he's coming from, but I love what Prime 3 does new and tries to be different about,
I think maybe prior to replaying it, I would have agreed with that, but after replaying it, I definitely don't agree. Definitely Prime 3 is my least favorite of the trilogy, but to me, that's like comparing a Ferrari to an Audi to a Lamborghini.
Like,
I love all three of these games so much, and Prime 3, has its own unique flavors that make it stand out. Do all of them work for me? No, but the vast majority of them do, and I mean, we've already seen Prime 4, at least that opening sequence, heavily taking some inspirations from, the opening sequence we're doing right now on the Olympus, and then later on Norian.
Yeah. The quick detail is that the only downgrade the trilogy version of this game has is where Admiral Dane's swear word gets downgraded just no.
Yeah.
It is clearly like, huh, that seems off when he says it.
Yeah, they nerfed the Chadmiral. He was too powerful, so they had to give him just a slight nerf. I'm Onish is asking in chat, y'all think we might get new bounty hunters in Metroid Prime 4? Actually, before I answer that question, I just have to point out another little animation quirk. If you look at it very closely, you can actually see Dane reacting to that explosion, but just a few frames before it happens, and it's really funny once you notice that. But anyways,
Samus's morph ball is not small. She's at least half the size of these troopers. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so back to I'm Onish. I don't think we're gonna get new bounty hunters at this point. I think it'll all depend on what happens in the next trailer. If we do, see another bounty hunter,
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Oh, there we go. Okay, we're back again. Yeah, I was buffering for a moment.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, we were buffering for a moment. I was wondering if we lost stream, but yeah, it looks like we're back now.
These guys have to get right up in their face to do anything, because...
Right. Well, yeah, and then we were also talking about Space Pirate battle themes yesterday. I love how, continuing on with Prime 4, all four of the Metroid Prime games have their own unique takes on the space pirate theme.
You just remember lore and the Space Pirate Militia. These groups are made of slaves and criminals, which is like, that's dark right off the bat. Surprisingly obedient to the upper class caste in the pirate military. Also, for those who don't even know about this, if you press this cube in the bottom right, you can actually view the model of the whatever you scan in this game, which I didn't even know that was a thing you could do. I think in Prime 2 at the very least, it's like uses a button to clearly let you look at the scan models of whatever you look at or zoom in on them.
Yeah, Prime 2 has one as well. But yeah, in this one you press the cube and yeah, you get to really see like some of the animations in this game. Like these pirates are like heavily animated. You can definitely see that little extra bit of juice that the Wii is pumping out is making all the difference there.
Yep, they are jittering all over the place, but then again, considering phase-on stuff, it makes sense.
Yeah, and then we're actually getting introduced to one of the new mechanics in this game, the energy cells, which is a little tee up for the end game.
Well, I remember, if you just play the game, you'll have the 5 you need to get the pirate code, if you even know how to get there.
Reading all the lore is what hypes me the most for Prime 3. Prime 3 gave us such deep lore to the whole phase-on Leviathans. Yeah, Prime 3 has some really good lore. I really enjoy the my favorite of all the lore pieces is actually the space pirate lore, where you actually you actually watch the narrator getting I guess mind controlled in real time, and just watching how his perspective and all the other pirates' perspectives are all changing as they're slowly being succumbed to Dark Samus.
But I remember it's like it's like one scan he's running for his life, and then the next scan he's a devout believer.
Yeah, he's fully in. Yeah, I love the pirate lore in this game so much. It's probably some of my favorite of the scan entries in the whole trilogy. I absolutely love the writing there.
I love the pirate lore and basically all
cameo there.
Yeah, I love all of them. I love the pirate lore.
Some ice.
Pirate lore in all of the Prime games is a highlight.
Oh, Doom GC meant to say hypes for Prime 4. That does make more sense, yes. But yeah, I'm still very curious to see. Obviously, the thing I'm most curious about is to see, like, why does Silex hate the Federation so much? Because it definitely seems like we're going to get some more answers on that front.
What I remember his description from Hunter says he hates the Federation specifically and Samus by association. Granted, if he didn't have a personal beef with Samus after Prime Hunters, before Prime Hunters, he certainly does after. But I'm wondering, obviously, where that hate comes from. Plenty of people, like, if it's kind of a tangent. Well, first of all, this cutscene of Samus flying through space is interesting, if nothing else. But
well, technically, it's not flying. That's just zero gravity. Which, by the way, again, going back to one of our conversations yesterday, I would love to see a zero G gameplay in a Metroid game. I feel like that would be such a cool enhancement for Prime 4.
Samus spends almost no time in zero gravity, or in space, which is weird. Like at the opening of Prime 1, like there's an area or two in Fusion. That's kind of it. And all the sections of Valhalla. Like I can count my one hand Samus has spent in space in a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and none of them are zero gravity either. Austin Cool Guy, my roommate, by the way, says, anyone know if there's any corruption in this game? I'm not a big fan of it, and I want to know ahead of time. I don't think you have too much to worry about, buddy. Yeah, it should be fine. This is an E for everyone game. It's a happy sing-along. Everyone holds hands, drinks tea. Doom GC says like that section in Dead Space. Exactly, yeah, like the zero G sections where you're kind of like using your rocket boosters on your feet to navigate those areas. Something like that in Metroid, maybe a little bit faster because Dead Space is a bit more grounded in its pace. Whereas Metroid, it's a little bit more fast-paced, but yeah.
Or did I save this guy? Alright, he's fine. Okay, good. These guys. Okay, I saw a foolproof way to get past.
That was too close. Thanks, Samus. The hangar is just through those doors. I'm sure the troops on the ground could use all the help they can get. There's also a recharge station over there.
So bad at saving that marine. I think I've only done it like one time in my playthrough.
Yeah, these enemies don't deal that much damage, and you have an energy tank in the tutorial of all things, so you can just face tank most stuff. Which, spoiler alert, is the key to the escort section later. You just get in front of the Marines and just face tank all the rounds, especially if you go into hyper mode where you're just immune to damage.
Yeah, that's basically the secret there. You go into hyper mode, you just, you know, you're the first in battle, you rush in line, and you just start spamming hyper mode.
Which is a strat for the whole game. But of course, don't get too crazy, or else if you get a below 99 energy, you can't even activate hyper mode. Of all the things to bring back for the Berserker Lord, the Arachnus boss theme is definitely interesting. But I do like it here in this game.
Yeah, it's a good arrangement. I think I know Minako Hamano is listed as one of the composers in this soundtrack, so I wonder if this is one of her compositions, and she also worked on Fusion. And while it's not confirmed that because it was her and Akira Fujiwara that did the Fusion soundtrack, and then while we don't have any like official specific credits on who did what song, I believe Minako Hamano did Arachnus, and so that could just point why that theme returned.
Yeah. Like, the theme got remixed twice, from Arachnus to the Berserker Lord to Diggernaut, so of all the songs to bring back multiple times, kind of weird how this got the choice, and then like Criteria Surface from Super Metroid, as you've stated, has never come back.
Yeah, I find that such a bizarre, because like I don't know, I feel like a song like that would have had much bigger staying power, but yeah, clearly not.
Yeah.
Andy says this guy for Smash, hell yeah. You know, honestly, Berserker Lord, I don't think we'll ever see him as a boss, but like I think he could totally work as like a boss fight.
You think I don't know if this is a connection in any way, but you know the big space pirate bruisers from Federation Force, do you think they're connected to these Berserker Lords in any way? Like this is what the pirates look like after they get mutated or something?
I think so. There's definitely a lot of design similarities. I mean, it could be. I mean, it could also just be a coincidence. But...
Well, the bruisers in Fed Force are more like gorillas.
Yeah.
I do like this cutscene of the Berserker Lord getting, he just flies away and then just gets schmacked by an aircraft. And
it kind of reminds me like of a Dick Van Dyke sketch where he's just like tripping over everything and just constantly like you know, stepping on rakes and whatnot. Like it's just this poor Berserker Lord just gets bodied and then he's just like crashing into everything, getting electrocuted, and then finally the ship just crashes into him. It's just like, dang.
I definitely like Samus's reaction afterwards, where she just sees that and she's just like, huh. Anyway.
Well, that just happened. But yeah, a lot of people don't like the beginning of Corruption. I, for one, I love Corruption's opening. I get why a lot of people don't like it, because it's definitely very un-Metroid-ish. It's definitely, it's no secret that Retro was very inspired by Halo when doing Prime 3, and this openings, you know, the opening section is basically the Pillar of Autumn from Halo 1.
Yeah, they were told not to put Halo in their in this game, but they kind of put Haloisms in this anyway.
Yeah, and so but they did anyways. I kind of love it though. I love how it kind of subverts the expectations of Metroid, and even then, like, you still do get your traditional Metroid experience later, but you also get something else, and I think it really works for this more cinematic take on Metroid.
A different kind of scenario that Metroid you wouldn't expect to be Metroid, and that by itself is welcome for me, especially since it's for the opening and isn't necessarily what's the standard for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, what little I've seen of the Prime 4 trailer, it seems like their opening, as you said, is similar in tone to this, but probably won't be nearly as long, capping off with some sort of fight against Silex at the end, kind of like Meta Ridley in Prime 3, but of course,
To be fair, I could actually see it being fairly similar, because we do cut to Samus landing on the planet. I mean, it's possible. That's exactly where the game starts. Like, we just get a cold open right in the middle of a battle. But to me, it implies kind of similar to what we're doing now. Like, maybe where that research lab is kind of like Samus landing on Norian here, where that's like kind of part 2 of the tutorial sequence.
This cannon was our only weapon capable of taking out orbiting ships. We need you and the other hunters to
it could be some sort of like the portion they showed us is just like the halfway point of the tutorial section, but I guess we'll have to wait and see for that. I feel like it starts with Samus. The game starts with Samus landing on the planet. Like, it starts in medias res.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool and unique if they did pull that. That's not really the impression I got though. But I mean, who's to say? I could very well be wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I guess here's a
Also,
I guess like it's one of several topics I have in my head. I guess start with what's on screen right now. Like, one of my favorite parts about Prime 3 is that they get more use out of the grapple beam, which I feel like Samus Returns and Dread also took cues from, although not quite as, I guess, visceral or involved as Prime 3, where you can tether all sorts of stuff, but it's like, the grapple beam ever since Super Metroid is like a power-up where it could very easily just be a dead power-up once you get something later on, like the space jump in Super Metroid, or the screw attack in Prime 2, where it's like you get this thing and you never use the grapple beam ever again, or at least you don't really feel the need to.
yeah, I absolutely love the grapple beam in Metroid Prime 3 and all of its waggly goodness. I know a lot of people not a fan of the motion controls in Prime 3. I personally never had an issue with them, but again, you know, different strokes fit different people. I know I find the 3DS uncomfortable to hold, which is one reason why I don't like playing Samus Returns quite as much. But I mean, I know other people that are like, "What are you talking about?" It feels comfortable to me. So you know, different strokes for different people. So it happens. That being said, though, from a gameplay perspective, I love what the grapple beam adds. It adds so much variety to both the puzzle solving and the combat, and it's just a lot of fun to use. It adds more interactivity to the world, to the enemies, to the environments. And yeah, I kind of wish we saw some grapple beam stuff in the Prime 4 reveal in the combat. Again, really all they really showed again was the basic stuff Samus has been doing since Prime 1. So
what Samus starts with in Prime 4 seems like what I consider the bare essentials, which is charge beam, missiles, morph ball, bombs, and Variasuit. Or not necessarily Variasuit, but those abilities are like her bare essentials that the rest of the game is built upon. Because most abilities Samus gets build upon her base abilities or these bare essentials I've mentioned already. Like Speed Booster enhances running, Space Jump and Screw Attack enhances jumping, etc. Although I say that, but then I'm thinking, like, there's nothing like that that enhances the slide from Metroid Dread, which got me thinking, what could a slide enhancing power-up be?
Maybe it could be like those little boosters that are on Samus's helmet. Like maybe you slide, the boosters activate, and then you get like a longer slide. See, something like that maybe.
A longer slide, or something I just initially thought of would be, I guess, an equivalent or to the cross bombs or something, or just some kind of attack where you, or just something where you can slide and then things in your way get destroyed, and or a longer slide. So it could basically, like, if you see a morph ball tunnel or something in the way, you don't have, or a long morph ball corridor, you can just slide, destroy the things in front of you, and just keep going. Because some sort of slide enhancing thing seems obvious, but it's like, what, I can't get too impressive with that. So what were you saying?
I was just gonna read another comment here. Austin Cool Guy says, I thought it was so cool how your ship got stickers for having extra save data on your console. I also remember being upset that you could only give away friend tokens rather than using them yourself. Yes to both of those. The friend tokens thing was definitely a huge hassle back in the day, and something unfortunately you can't really do anymore now that the Wii servers are shut down. So If you do want to get a 100% game save file, you kind of limited to just getting a save file online and then importing that into your Wii or your emulator of choice, really, which is really unfortunate. That being said, totally agree though. Like the stickers, again, kind of in line with the bobblehead, just a really cool, creative, and fun, silly little unlockable that you could do. It also gave you kind of the bright blue Mountain Dew lines on your ship, which I always thought was awesome.
And your ship's powered by Phazon.
Mm-hmm.
That's something else. What would a hyper ship ability do?
I do love how the weak point for these pirate ships are right in the front. Like that is some top tier designing right there. And then here we go, our best boy, showing all the things that never would have happened if he was here.
These pirates are more
Thanks, Vegeta.
I just received word that
Yeah, I actually got him to sign my my sealed Metroid Prime trilogy case along with Jennifer Hale.
Nice.
ship had landed here. Don't forget to
Make Samus's gunship the next Metroid character in Smash. I am not opposed. I mean, kind of is right now. It's part of both of Samus's final Smashes.
I'll activate
So
the
in a way, it kind of is, but I know what you mean. You're thinking of like, oh god, what's that Sega fighting game where they actually put the car, in as the fighting game character? Like that would actually be incredible.
You say car in a fighting game, for whatever reason, I first thought of like Lightning McQueen or something from Cars.
No, it's from the Daytona games, and it was a Sega fighting game. And one of the guest characters was one of the Daytona cars, and it's incredible. And then right here, we're seeing the command visor in action. Another feature that I really hope returns in Prime 4. I love the command visor in Prime 3, and this is something where there is so much room to expand and improve upon it. And yeah, I would love to see that. Not necessarily expecting it right now in Prime 4, but I hope to be pleasantly surprised. Trotus says, I walked into a GameStop and picked up a copy of Corruption a couple weeks ago, like it was 2007 again. Wow.
How?
I don't think I've seen a Wii game being sold in GameStop in over a decade. Hey, welcome, Metroid guy. Yeah, we're just starting Corruption right now. Let's see, and is this, yeah, so it looks like we're about to do, oh no, we're not at the Meta Ridley section yet, no.
No, that's a good distance away.
Yeah, we're still in like the first half of the Norian section still, yeah, we're not quite there. This GameStop must have been beside the last blockbuster, true. Yeah, this is another interesting sequence right here, just kind of teaching you about the motion controls, and I guess one of the new features in Prime 3 is that you can, actually, free aim now instead of being while on the move rather than being limited to the tank controls, and so little sequence right there just to get you used to that.
I know people have complained about the Prime 3 aiming controls, but honestly to me it's one of the best FPS controls I've seen in any game. Obviously it does take the motion gimmicks to the extreme at times, but how they're utilized, it seems like the exception being this part in Brio where there's like 20 panels that you can rip off. You only really need to rip off like 2 of them, but still, the motion controls is like my preferred way of playing the Prime games because I love it.
Yeah, I would probably hate motion controls on like a really sweaty FPS, but for something like a Metroid game, where I'm primarily playing single player, and, I'm not quite sweating it up as much, I really enjoy the motion controls, and definitely on the Wii, they're my preferred method of play. I don't quite like them as much in Prime Remastered just because the Joy-Cons, they don't have that IR sensor and they're nowhere near as accurate as the Wii pointer controls. So I definitely prefer dual analog for Prime Remastered, but yeah, for Prime Trilogy, I love the Wii remote controls.
You're saying that, but like for just any version of a game like Resident Evil 4, like the Wii version is like that's the best version of that game. Period. Because of the aiming controls.
That's what I've heard. A lot of people love the Wii edition of RE4. I've never played RE4 yet, but I'll probably get around to it someday.
Definitely add that to your list. My second favorite game of all time.
Yeah, I tried playing RE1. That was a bit too much for me. RE4, it seems to be that perfect mix of like horror and camp that I think I'd really enjoy.
Okay, this thing is right here, real quick. The PED Trooper. These Wii pirates are missing. Like, what are you doing?
I know.
Come on.
Again, there are so many moments like this in Corruption where it's like, again, you're not supposed to think about it, but if you start thinking about it a little too long, you realize how ridiculous it is. And they're just, yeah. they make stormtroopers look like sharpshooters, man.
Also, if you're trying to scan stuff, these little things here, landing beacons, they are a scan for some reason.
Yeah, that is correct.
What the heck is that?
Yeah, they actually had like 15 Wii games, and it did used to be next door to a Hollywood video rental store back when I was a kid, lol. So you nailed that one, Andy. Wow. Metroid guy says, hey, you remember the Hive Totem boss from Prime? Here it is again. I think he's referring to, what are those drones called? The one we were just talking about that teaches you how to aim. The Metroid again says, we RE4 is indeed goated.
Yeah, that section of Ridley flying by. The guy doesn't even know who that is, so it makes me wonder how famous is Ridley really. But another part of me is thinking, like, I know because of, like, I know that there's a wonder of when exactly does Prime 4 take place with the whole, it starts with 20X9 on the Cosmic Calendar, which I don't want to get into that rabbit hole of what that's about, but like, part of me wants to see Ridley come back in a Prime game just because, or just a game, just for the fact that they are arch nemeses, but there is like no character dynamic between the two. They do, like, Ridley just shows up, he's a monster to fight, and that's basically all there is to it, when there could be a lot more to that. But there just isn't. And I don't know if they want to use Ridley too much at this point.
You could definitely bring Ridley back, absolutely. Because the way that I've always been saying, it's like, hey, you know what? Give Ridley one game to take some time off. You know, the boy, he's put in his work. Give him a vacation day, and they did. He didn't appear in Metroid Dread. They put in Kraid instead, and so it's like, okay, we gave him his time off. Now we can put him in the next game.
Yeah, Prime 4 has time travel anyway. That's an excuse to bring back anybody they want, which is a very dangerous rabbit hole to go down.
Well, regardless, I think it's pretty obvious that it takes place after Federation Force, before Metroid 2. I think the whole like 20X7 or whatever, I think that whole thing is a little bit silly, and I think a case of Metroid fans looking a bit too deep into something that isn't there, but either way, we don't know for sure yet. We'll find out.
The fact that the Cosmic Calendar is the first thing you see in the trailer makes me think there's some significance to it if it's the first thing we see, but we'll have to see, I guess.
I don't think so. I think it's just some sci-fi flavor text to just kind of show like, ooh, spacey sci-fi. I don't think it's really that deep. But I don't know. We'll find out, really, because right now we technically don't really know.
Yeah. Main reason I did that little trip with my ship is because A, you get an peek in the cockpit, which is just like, I love that, and also just a different walk past gore here when we burst through the door, because I'm sure most people didn't even think to try this, like me.
I was about to say, like, I've never seen that I didn't realize they did a unique cutscene entrance where Samus's back is facing that instead.
Yeah.
Austin says, have you guys ever talked about the possibility of co-op in a Metroid game? Do you think that would mess with the atmosphere? Actually, we've done a whole podcast episode on the possibility of a co-op Metroid game, and I actually think there's a ton of potential there, so I'll have to find that and post that into the chat for y'all to check out.
Yeah, like it.
Metroid guy says, "Whoa, what's that loading screen?" Yeah, so that happens whenever you fly to a different landing site, specifically on Norian. All the other loading screens, you know, it shows the ship in the air, but on Norian, because the areas are so small, you get a close up inside the cockpit whenever you transition to a different landing pad.
Yep.
Metroid says, by the way, did something happen to the end of the marathon stream last night? I was catching up on the AM2R stream and switched videos halfway through on accident. And now the stream ends during the smash? It should play the full thing. Yeah, because we played the full thing. Let me check on that real quick.
A handful of details and things in Prime 3 that I'm aware of that I will attempt to show off. Mainly two things. Mainly like two things. I'll let you know when we get there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that is odd. It ends on Smash. I don't know why it's not ending on AM2R. Well, I do have some good news for you though, Metroida. So, we're going to be reposting some of the content from the stream. And one of the things that we are going to be permanently uploading is that AM2R director's commentary. I believe that's going to be the first one we post next week, because we're going to be taking a couple weeks off from the podcast after the stream is over, just to get some much needed R&R. But yeah, I believe the first, in place of a podcast episode, we're going to be doing the AM2R director's commentary with Milton Guasti. So we will have a copy of that in full for anyone who missed out live. And then the following week, I believe we're going to have our trivia segment, which has not premiered yet. So we're going to have permanent copies of those on our channel. Those will be uploaded the following 2 weeks. After the marathon ends on Sunday. So yeah, you still will get a chance to see that for those who missed out.
Cool.
All right, Metroid guy says, all right, I'm going to be prepping my own stream, but when I'm done, I'll try and send folks your way. Have a good stream. All right, thanks for stopping by, Metroid guy. Again, like, really nice of you, you know, to be providing support to our stream while you're doing your own. Yeah, and good luck. Hope you get some killer donations your way. For those who don't know, both us at Omega Metroid and Metroid Guy, we're all raising money for the Trevor Project. So definitely check out both of our streams and contribute a donation. It's all going to the same cause at the end of the day. Austin says, are you guys going to release the bog cut of Prime 2? Just the bog only Metroid Prime 2 run. Maybe if I have the energy, maybe I'll do it. Oh no, I've awakened the boglins.
Space Pirate Gray is definitely.
Torvis is about to spring up in chat now, like bog.
You get this generator back online. Thanks, Sammy.
And there's our girl Gandroida, just you know, casually slaughtering some pirates in a color that is not her style, according to her.
How well do you feel the hunters?
Thanks, Sammy.
How well do you think the hunters from Prime 3 were utilized in this game?
I think they're utilized enough for what they are. Like, could they have done some more with them? Sure, but like, I think they're pretty effective for the most part.
Yeah, at the very least, people seem attached to Rundus.
Yeah, like, I mean, Rundus, you know, voiced by Chris Sabat, so, you know, hard to mess that up. And that's, I think the biggest part is that, you know, there isn't really a hunter that I dislike. You know, you mention any of the hunters and it's like, yeah, I like them, at worst, or love them at best. And I think they all get their moments, you know, and they have just enough of a personal connection to Samus to where, you know, you do feel something when you do have to defeat them. So yeah, I think for what they are pretty effective.
That drone is trying.
Yeah, and I still don't know why I don't like that it spawns this random drone when you're doing the morph ball sequence, and then once you get to the top, it'll just magically despawn and go away. I've never liked that. I just think, like I don't know. It's not a big deal, like in terms of like. But I feel like that's why I don't like it, because it's not a big deal. It doesn't really change the gameplay that much. But then it just magically goes away. I've never really liked that continuity.
It's gone. I don't know where he went. He's not chasing me anymore.
Yeah.
Oh.
He just goes,
Don't ask where these rocket jets are coming from. Now here's gonna be like one of the coolest boss fights in any Metroid game.
Yeah, this is. Before I would have said Samus Returns was my favorite Ridley fight, but then after playing Prime 3, it's like, nah, this is still the GOAT. This one's still pretty incredible.
As far as spectacle goes, it's hard to beat this.
Yeah, and directly inspired by Lord of the Rings 2. So I mean, that's just a double win if you ask me.
You know for sure. Do you remember for sure if one of the developers said that, or if it's just like, oh yeah, totally, it has to be. He's inspired by this.
That was on one of the Kiwi interviews. I want to say it was Mike Wicken. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, one of the Kiwi Talks interviews. I believe Mike Wicken, but definitely one of the retro developers specifically said that like the Meta Ridley fight here was directly inspired by the Balrog scene in Fellowship of the Ring. Hey, welcome, Gooey. Yeah, you're gonna be Gooey. You're gonna be playing the sequel to this game on Sunday. God, this fight is so good, man. Austin says, why didn't Nintendo call Dark Samus Whammus? Like Mario has Wario? I feel like that was a missed opportunity. True. Yeah. I actually, you know, Dark Samus is more of a blue-purple aura going on, so, you know, maybe it should have been Walla Samus, you know? You know, just go all in on that.
I think the uncharged shots got a buff in this game. I don't remember the exact damage numbers though.
Yeah, those quick charges are definitely buffed compared to some of the other Metroid games. Dark Samus is kind of silly, Stall Knox. I mean, you know, she has that laugh. You know, I laugh when someone tells a funny joke, so obviously that makes Dark Samus a silly character.
That laugh should have absolutely been in Smash as one of her taunts or victory animations.
Don't get me wrong, I am eternally grateful that Dark Samus is in Smash, and I'm grateful for whatever form she takes in that game. She's been my most wanted character since before Brawl was even announced.
So am I.
That being said, my God, there were so many missed opportunities there.
Yeah.
Like, okay, even if she was a full-on Echo Fighter, okay, whatever. You don't have her laugh as a taunt. Don't have her battle theme as a music, but you include the Federation Force title theme. Like, what? Come on, what are we doing?
They also included the Versus Zeta Metroid song from Samus Returns, which is definitely a choice.
Yeah. Yeah, of all the Samus Returns tracks, we got that version of Magmore Caverns, which fine. We didn't have any version of Magmore, and then we got the Zeta Metroid, which honestly pretty weak boss fight theme, if I'm being honest. And then the mission final theme, the Samus record theme.
I definitely like that.
I also much prefer.
I definitely like that.
I much prefer the.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I just much prefer the Prime version of that personally.
I definitely like the credits theme to Samus Returns. Although why would that's not really a battle song. I don't get what these choices are.
Yeah. The Metroid music selection I thought was pretty weak in Ultimate, at least for like the recurring tracks. The original music, for the most part, I really like. The new Brinstar Depths is incredible. It was done by one of the Castlevania composers. And so you get kind of that hybridization of like electric guitars and violins that kind of like meshes the Metroidvania genre. And so I thought that was like a really cool interpretation of that. The Ridley theme by Yusuke Takahama, who also did the Ridley theme in Brawl, so that was like a cool like little return to form there. I didn't really like oh, I can't remember his name. He's the Dark Souls composer, but he did the Parasite Queen theme. I didn't really like that version in Ultimate though. I thought that one could have benefited from a different direction maybe.
It's all right, and they associated that with Dark Samus in one of the videos about her, which is, I don't get it.
Well, I mean, they didn't really have many other choices to go off of, so.
Unless she has a battle theme or anything.
Yeah.
so,
Cool guy.
So like she doesn't.
Cool guy says.
Yeah.
I was just gonna read a comment here. Austin Cool guy says, Federation Force Game of the Year every year, baby.
I said this on a great extra Metroid area ranking episode, but Federation Force is definitely, it's all right. It's fine for a spin-off. Like the hate for that game is just on what it isn't over what it is, outside of the final boss. I don't remember if the Wii version.
Federation Force. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to poo-poo on this game too much because again, like we're trying to keep it positive like throughout the marathon. But I guess to talk about my thoughts on Federation Force. To me, at best, it's a fairly mediocre FPS that doesn't really do one thing particularly amazing. At worst, though, you have you have some pretty tedious sections, and they're not like rare tedious sections. They're pretty frequently placed throughout the game. But then on top of that, you got that truly atrocious final battle, and I mean, other M is kind of the laughingstock of Metroid, but my God, that final boss fight is actually like probably the worst thing I've ever seen in a Metroid game. It is genuinely hard to watch. So that's kind of my thoughts on Federation Force.
For what it is.
Actually, hang on. Looks like we got a donation. We got a donation from Rodrigo, who contributed a $10 donation. He says, "Keep up the awesome work. Wish I could donate more because it's a very worthy cause." Well, hey, thank you so much, Rodrigo. You know, any donation, even $1, is worth the world to us. And even for those of you who haven't donated, just for participating with us and watching the stream with us, we really appreciate all of you joining us today. We have 15 viewers already. Which is pretty insane, at least for us in the West Coast. It's only 8 in the morning right now, so yeah, for all you West Coasters watching, you are pulling up right now. And then I think the same Rodrigo who donated just posted in chat, "How I wish to play this game so badly, but I don't have a Wii. Please, Nintendo, let me play this." 100% agree. Yeah, we definitely need a port on Switch for Primes 2 and 3. Really hoping we get those, but it remains to be seen. Maybe we'll get that Shadow Drop this month. We still don't have any February releases at this point.
Well, first of all, when this laser goes to hit the Leviathan, it scrapes across an entire continent, and I guess all those people are dead or something. But if I'm hoping if Prime 2 and 3 get released on Switch in any form, I would prefer it be the remaster, obviously, but if these games are on Switch, a more accessible console, then that means whether it is, quote, just a port or not, it's still a win, because it's on a more accessible console. And even if it is, quote, just a port, if they can get it to where, bare minimum, they eliminate load times, that would by itself make the best versions of these games. Especially Prime 3, where some of the door loads can be ridiculous.
Yeah, that's definitely I was actually just saying that yesterday. Like, of all the features I want in Prime 3 more than ever, it's just cut those load times on those doors, because, man, Prime 3's load times are absolutely brutal. As much as I love that game, just taking away those load times would just, you know, not only make that a more enjoyable game, just a much more accessible game in general. Rodrigo says 5 p.m. here in Belgium, perfect time to watch. Okay, well, there you go. So yeah, you're already awake, you know, you're energized and ready to go. And hey, Rod Lloyd is joining the chat. What's up, Rod? Representing from the West Coast. Hey, myself as well. So yeah, Rod, it looks like you're also a fellow Brighton up and early as well.
This led us to investigate if we could make effective use of this phazon.
West Coast, best coast, baby.
You must have noticed some powerful troopers in new suits. They were wearing what we call phazon enhancement devices, or PEDs.
Kind of crazy. Those
yeah, hey Samus, don't worry. While you were asleep for a month, you know, we just like totally messed with we just totally messed with your suit and weapon systems. Don't even worry about it, fam. What's the worst that could happen?
They probably just put that little thing in the center of our suit, and then the various who did the rest.
But in your case,
honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. That actually makes sense.
Yeah, like Samus being out for a month is kind of still crazy, but then her suit apparently remained active the whole time, which is
Yeah. Again, one of those things. Don't think too hard about it. Just play the game.
Although another one of those, when Samus looked up and saw the meteor, if you can see a meteor heading towards a planet, it's already over.
Okay.
So I've heard, because they're traveling so fast. If you have time, if you can see it, then it's like you have seconds till impact. Assuming then again it was on the internet. Who knows if that's true or not? But it wouldn't surprise me though with Astros how fast they move.
During this test that hypermode possesses devastating. Over the past month, we've learned the hard way just how powerful our enemies are.
Also, previous section, I'm heading up the elevator. All three of the hunters were there. If you're going for 100% scans, that's your only chance. You better be careful.
There are many pressing matters to discuss.
Andy is asking me, once you get to the next cutscene, could you turn my Discord audio to 200?
Oh, and one more thing.
That is bizarre. I am like, my mic is literally maxed out in clipping right now. Apparently, like, I'm super quiet though. I don't know what's going on.
PED suit acquired.
Yeah, acquired is certainly a word for that. Yeah, now we are engaging in our primary combat mechanic for this game. Hyper mode. Here's the thing. I don't like the way hyper mode is implemented into this game, but I think there's a really easy solution to turn it into like one of the dopest mechanics ever. And Griff, have you played a Tony Hawk game before?
I have not.
You haven't? Okay. Well, so basically in Tony Hawk games, there's a mechanic for when you're doing rail grinding in manuals, and basically it puts this meter on your screen, and you have to use the analog stick to balance the meter out. It'll constantly going from left to right. And at first, when you first do the grind or the manual, you know, it's fairly easy to balance out. But the longer you hold it, the more unhinged it gets, and it'll start rapidly going from left to right, and it feels unbalanced. And I feel like something like that with hyper mode would just make that such a better mechanic in general. Because right now it just kind of makes the game way too easy in my opinion. But at the same time, it's also kind of a necessity just because of how ridiculously spongy all of the enemies are, even on normal difficulty if you're not using it.
Yeah.
So I feel like adding that little extra twinge just would make it a much better risk versus reward mechanic.
Yeah, I definitely see what they were going for, but
Austin says, let Samus do a McTwist. 100%. A 900 Metroid Air. That is exactly what I want. Put Goldfinger in Metroid Prime 4.
I definitely see what they're going for with hyper mode, especially when you get the whole corrupted status going on. But the corrupted aspect just makes it even more abusable because you can get way more energy and damage out of a single energy tank than you could have originally.
Exactly, like it's supposed to be like this thing you're supposed to be scared of, but it's like no, that's exactly what you want. You want to abuse that that phase-on regenerative state because it's like, hey, more ammo and I'm basically invincible up to after the first energy tank is gone.
Yeah.
Like you, they were outfitted with PED devices in order to
I don't know. Maybe someday in the future, someone. I don't know. If there's any, I'm guessing probably not. But if there's any Metroid modders, I wonder if maybe we could do that. If we could do like a PED hyper mode mod that implements an unbalanced mechanic to make hyper mode a better risk versus reward weapon.
If I have a
Because I think that would be dope as hell.
If I have a mod request, I thought of just putting Samus's like the Prime Mastered suits into more games because everyone uses the Smash model when it's like there are others available.
Yeah, I think we're finally starting to get Metroid Dread really introduced, the Dread suit, and now that like Prime Remastered's there, we're starting to see that more. I do hate seeing that Smash suit in like a lot of like the fan made works, and
yeah.
One of the worst. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but there's this there's a Metroid game tier list, and the most popular one for Metroid Prime, it has Metroid Prime 1 background art, but it shows the other M suit, and it bugs the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Seeing that, you know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, how can I not see it? Everyone uses it for some reason. Hopefully they credit the artist at the very least, but overall the other M design is okay. It's like take the Super Metroid design, take out all the detail, and you get the other M suit. Like
I think I'd like it more if the arm cannon was better, but like the arm cannon on that suit is just so ugly looking, and I feel like it kind of detracts from the rest of the suit. I will say the Smash version, the little enhancements that the Smash version does, I think greatly improves it over to what it looks like in Other M.
Yeah, the other
just
design,
those subtle details. Yeah. I really like those mesh textures that are within like the linings that are all over the suit. I think that like really enhances it. So like I don't think it's a bad design by any means.
The other design, like I said, is okay to me, and the Smash version is like the best version of that design. But
yeah.
The fact that they use the other M design twice in a row for most the mainstream only really knows Samus from Smash Brothers, and that's like the look that she's gonna have for at least a decade. And I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they don't even know where it's from. It's just that's how she looks like. Clearly, they wouldn't lie to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like in some cameo appearances, at the very least, the other M design seems to be the one that they choose. But then again, that could just be, like I've said, where it's like the least detailed suit. So it's like, why not just go with that one? That might have something to do with it. Because I've heard some people where they're like a handful of artists that are just like, at first I was looking forward to drawing Samus's power suit. Now I never want to draw it again. Just how detailed it is.
I believe that. I'm terrible at drawing, so I've never really attempted it before, but I can definitely see that.
First major planet of the game, Brio. Like, all the planets in Prime 3 are a major highlight. They all have great designs, like, some really good, cool music, especially for, like, Elise. Like, Brio and Elysia are pretty close in terms of music at the very least. I'd say Elysia barely edges out, at least in the main, compared to the main Brio theme here. It's really good.
Yeah, I love Brio. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game.
I remember, actually, I think, Metroid Metal did a track of Brio's theme, and I think it's actually a remix of the main menu theme, or the main theme of the game, I think.
Yeah, it's a medley of the title theme and Brio, and it kind of intersplices between those two. It's really well done.
Yeah.
Definitely recommend y'all check that out if you have time.
And this is the general shout out. You haven't listened to Metroid Metal? Excellent tracks for like all of them. Like an example of just brilliance, where like the 30-second long the pirates appear from Super Metroid. He somehow turned that into a 5.5-minute long masterpiece.
Yeah, so I actually interviewed Stemage last year. I want to say in May. That's another episode of the Omega Metroid podcast. Shameless plug. Well, I guess it's not really a plug if we are streaming on Omega Metroid right now. But yeah, that was one of the songs we talked about, and yeah, one of the things that stood out to me about that is like, you know, you're listening to that and you can hear the pirate, you know, the Space Pirates Appear theme. But then if you listen closely, and you know your music history, you know, you're listening to those guitar riffs, and you're like, wait a minute. That's Foxy Lady by Jimi Hendrix. Wait a minute. and I asked Semage about that, and he was like, yep, that was 100% intentional. And so I thought that was just really awesome.
Yeah, I guess I'll put you on the spot. Like, I don't know. Like, what would be like your at least top 3 Metroid Metal tracks?
Oh, top 3 Metroid Metal. I think number 1 is gonna be the Metroid Queen theme. The Metroid Queen theme is so awesome.
Yeah. Like, on some level, it's kind of a shame that it didn't get used again for Samus Returns, although I do like the theme that they picked or made up.
I definitely much prefer the original Metroid 2 version, but yeah, going back to Metroid Metal, number 1 is definitely that Metroid Queen theme. I'm looking at my Metroid Metal playlist right now because I have all of their songs.
If I was to pick one of my favorites, is definitely the Super Metroid intro, like prologue / credits theme. Like, on some level, it seems to me like the credits of Super Metroid is kind of like an extended version of the prologue because they're so similar. I'm not sure what you would call that, though. They at least share the same leitmotif, I guess it's called.
Yeah.
And so, at the very least, I consider the Super Metroid credits theme to be just an extended version of Samus's character theme, since the prologue theme is now her character theme. So, I guess, like, I know it was intended to be the Criteria Surface theme as her character theme, but it got changed to the Metroid Prologue theme over time. I think at some level, it's like what I remember hearing for like Sephiroth's theme. It was intended to be the safer Sephiroth's boss theme, but now it's One Winged Angel forever.
Yeah, definitely.
So I guess it's something similar to that.
Speaking of which, I think Criteria is going to be my number 2 pick for Metroid Metal, because that's such an awesome rendition of my favorite track from Super Metroid. And then I think number 3 is going to be NES Ridley. That Ridley, Andy and I were talking about that yesterday. That's such a killer version of that theme. I have that on my gym playlist, in fact. So I think those are going to be my top 3. Number 1, Metroid Queen. Number 2, Super Metroid Criteria. And then number 3, NES Ridley. I think those are going to be my top 3 for Metroid Metal.
I think the 3 I would pick, I'm not sure what order they'd go in, is like the Super Metroid credits prologue theme that I told you about. I love his mix on Norfair. That sounds like a song, like it's just like in the thick of combat on some level to me. Depending on what you're thinking of, depending on your mood, I guess. But also, it's like the Pirates Appear thing, probably my top 3 off the top of my head. But there's just so many to choose from, and they're all great.
Although, Metroid Metal is fantastic.
One thing I'll shout out is the Turian remix he did. That was awesome.
Oh yeah, I love the Turian theme. Probably, or actually, technically different. I was thinking of Super Metroid Mother Brain. I was gonna shout out Glass's version of the theme, but again, that's Super Metroid Mother Brain, not NES Turian.
Yeah.
Metroda says Brio has maybe my favorite lore out of all the Prime Worlds races. Yeah, the Brio lore is really interesting. I still think my favorite has to be the pirate lore. That you really get on the pirate homeworld in Prime 3. It's so disturbing. Again, just how you see like the mental state of that narrator change like throughout the lore. And so I think that storytelling is just really effective there. But the Brio lore is also really well done, and also the Skytown lore is just absolutely tragic when you realize that the Chozo there are the same ones that are eventually going to go to Talon 4. Lilith says already, I've got to run some errands, but I'll be back later. Good luck and have fun. Hey, thanks for tuning in, Lilith. Good luck on your errands, and yeah, we'll see you later. We definitely got a hefty run coming up, so I'm sure that you'll be able to stick around for some more later.
So I guess another topic to talk about. What are your thoughts on the PED suit?
I think it's a cool design. It's not my favorite, but I really like it. I think it's awesome how it evolves throughout the game, and obviously the final fully corrupted version looks absolutely insane. But even like the base version you start off of, I think it looks pretty cool.
Yeah. Another thing drags you in. I really like the PED suit, especially when you get to the end when it looks all the blue, the hazard shield getting back some of that bulk. And like the, I guess it's different. I don't know if you'd call it adjacent in terms of a detail, but it's just the look on Samus's face and the scan visor as the game progresses and you get more corrupted.
Yeah, that's another really cool. Small detail that, like, again, most people wouldn't even notice. But like, I loved it. But I love that Retro Studios put that in there, anyways.
And we're already getting another grapple upgrade. Grapples swing. And we're not gonna jump. But don't get too excited. We're not gonna get another grapple beam upgrade until like the end of the game.
Yeah, this is easily like the quickest Samus I think has acquired the grapple beam in any Metroid game, let alone the Metroid Prime games.
Yeah. You figure with a lasso you can grapple onto things. The grapple swing would be kind of. Oh, totally. She has both, right? Nah. Nope. Not this time.
Again, it's one of those gameplay over logic. Gameplay comes first over the logic. Yeah.
If you could think it like, I definitely like how involved like the lasso is, but like then you get swing. You sometimes use that, and then like the grapple voltage at the end is like at the very end of the game. And it's just kind of it is definitely an okay power up. It doesn't get a whole lot of use.
Yeah, grapple voltage and hyper grapple. Hyper grapple in particular comes in especially in handy during the final sequence, in keeping track of your phase-on levels.
Yep, doesn't get a whole lot of use, but it's also kind of interesting where like you get it from Gandrita, who's electric themed, and I'm like, I figured like shouldn't that be like wave beam or something? Instead, nope, grapple.
Yeah, in a sense, you kind of get like the old school wave beam in the form of the Nova beam, since it can pass through those phasite surfaces. But
I figure that as a like pseudo plasma beam, since it's green, it can penetrate armor, which is what the plasma beam is known to do.
that is true too. Yeah.
Also, another side point, like looking of Samus's like traditional Chozo-centric upgrades in the 2D games she normally gets in every 2D game. Not that I'm mad at that, just because Samus's kit that she's known to get is really good, and it's really crazy and cool, and I look forward to getting Plasma Beam, Gravity Suit, Screw Attack over and over again. But I'm thinking of what her abilities do on paper, and I'm like, if you gave these abilities and put them in most any other video game, it would break them in half. Because, like, infinite jumps is something you get out of a cheat code, but it's a traditional endgame upgrade. Especially you combine that with like Screw Attack. Wave Beam is a wall hacks. And then also, not sure if you knew this, you can actually kill those atomics. I didn't. For whatever reason, that's kind of an assumption. Oh, you couldn't possibly kill those, but nope, they're mortal as anything else.
Yeah, I believe charge beams. Yeah. I just got to that section there. Yeah. So yeah, the charge beam. Yeah, the charge beam does kill them. Which, by the way, it's actually funny because the original. So those are based off the pulse bomb boosts from Metroid Prime 1, which are a completely unique enemy, and then they get repurposed again in Prime 2 as a Luminoth-centric weapon. But the original pulse bomb boos are based off of the atomics from Super Metroid, and so I think it's really cool that they just finally repurposed that model and be like, nope, these are atomics now in Prime 3. I think that's awesome.
Don't ask what I got here. Or, you know what? Space Parts, I think, used them in Zero Mission or something, so they brought them over, or whatever.
Yeah, they're in Zero Mission as well. But yeah, they first appeared in Super Metroid.
Yep. Like, the only other enemy that shows up in this game from older games, I would say, outside of the pirates, is the one zoomer. And it's like some, like, interstellar vermin going on. So that's just interesting.
That's right, and then they totally redesigned it too, compared to the more traditional looking zoomers that appear in Prime 1 and Hunters.
We are uploading the location.
Also coming out this door when it decides to load. Look at the top left. It's our boy. He's watching.
He's snooping.
Yeah, I've heard some like idea that of all the 3 hunters, he's like the one that sort of has a grasp on his sanity, or at the very least. Like I hear the trivia on the Wikitroid pages during the fight with Rundus. He apparently says things to you while he's fighting. He's forced to fight you, but he's actually able to speak. I think. I didn't hear it what they're talking about, but that's what the Wikitroid says.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. I'll have to look into that.
At the very least,
Austin...
at the very you were saying.
Oh no, I was just gonna read one of the YouTube comments. Did you want to continue with your thought, or?
No, just like apparently, like when Rundus, after you beat him, he lands on the ground and it's as if he's offering his hand to you. So it seems he still retains some of his mental faculties. He isn't completely taken over. It looks like. But then,
yeah,
you know,
Dark
Samus.
How I interpreted it, yeah.
Then once his lucidity comes to pass, Dark Samus is like, "No, you gotta go. You gotta get you gone."
Yeah, you go home now. Austin Cool Guy says you've played Mirror's Edge, right? Doom. Have you ever considered anything from that game in a Prime game? Mirror's Edge is one of my favorite games of all time. I adore Mirror's Edge so much. Like that's like a top 5 game for me.
I have played Mirror's Edge,
like,
but like
it is incredible, and it is almost always on sale for like $2 or $3. Anybody that is watching this should play Mirror's Edge ASAP. It is a phenomenal game. It's basically like weirdly enough, of all the games I'd compare it to, it would the one that sticks out to me most would be Super Mario 64 of all games, just because like it really does feel like a fundamental platformer in the form of a first-person game, and it works so well. Unless you easily get motion sick, in which case you probably are going to have a bad time. But if you are able to play first-person games pretty efficiently without getting motion sick, oh my gosh, you've got to play Mirror's Edge. It is genuinely it is a gameplay experience like no other. In terms of stuff like that in a Metroid game, there's definitely like quality of life stuff like mantling, ledge grabs, and stuff like that. I think could work in Metroid. I don't think you necessarily need to have like a full-on first-person parkour experience in a Metroid game. I think there's potential there, sure, but I don't think that's something Metroid needs.
You at least need to add wall running at some point. Because Samus does seem like she could do some of that stuff.
Okay, so Andy hates the idea of wall running in Metroid. I actually low-key think that like there's so much potential for wall running in a Metroid game, especially if you combine that with like a speed booster. Like, I think that would be insanely cool. But again, that's not something I need in a Metroid game. And for something like Mirror's Edge, the focus of that game is that first-person parkour platforming, whereas that really isn't the focus of a Metroid game. And so I don't think you'd be able to implement all of those mechanics and dedicate that to a Metroid game, just because there's so much other stuff. I mean, you only have so many buttons on a controller. So I don't think you could fully like make, oh, this is Mirror's Edge Metroid, but like, yeah, sure, there's definitely some things I think could work in a Metroid game for sure, particularly a Metroid Prime game. And regardless, I mean, you know, if I want Mirror's Edge, I'm gonna play some Mirror's Edge.
Even if they don't add wall running, some sort of like you jump towards a wall and then wall jump off of it to get across a gap is like an obvious thing that she should be able to do.
Yeah, I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah. Those for Mirror's Edge, I played it many years ago, and I think I got partway through it, and then it is one of many games where I turn it off for the day, and then the desire to turn it back on to replay it is just it just doesn't return, and I couldn't tell you what it is. Plenty of games I've done that for. You know, the one with somewhat of an excuse, I guess, is Breath of the Wild, where I did basically every side quest I could care to do in the game. I'm like, okay, I'll go on the main quest now, and then I do like one of the Divine Beasts, and I pick the Gerudo one for whatever reason, and I loved it. That was awesome. And I'm like, what do you mean it's the best one? So I've heard, or something like that. So I'm just like, I think I'm done now. It's all downhill from here. Which is not necessarily a good mindset to have, because it's like, they're all good, I've heard, so do them all. Even if you start with the best one, they're all still good, even if they aren't as good.
Yeah, I think when I played Breath of the Wild, I think the order I did was the Zora, then I did. Man, I can't remember the order I did now. I want to say it was Zora, then the bird people. I cannot remember their species right now.
Gerudo.
And then it was either, yeah, and then I can't remember whether I did Gerudo next or the Goron. I want to say it was Gerudo next and then Goron. I want to say Goron was last.
Breath of the Wild, I did most everything, and then I just didn't complete the main quest for whatever reason. Tears of the Kingdom, I did plenty of stuff, but I just didn't get too very far. I guess, technically, story-wise, I did one of the main dungeons, which is definitely cool. I got the super secret 5th person, but other than that, I didn't... I put tens of hours into that game, but I didn't complete it. Or didn't put in as much time as I did with Breath of the Wild. Not that I'm one of the people that are just like, oh, it's just Breath of the Wild 2. I don't like this game. No, I'm more than that game.
I think Tears of the Kingdom is an objectively phenomenal game. It is an incredible technical achievement in game design. That being said, I do think, one, it's a little bit too derivative of Breath of the Wild. And having just gotten off Breath of the Wild, I completed that game not long before Tears of the Kingdom. That definitely hurt my enjoyment a little bit. And then at the same time, I just think that game was just overstuffed with way too much content to the point where it just felt a bit bloated for my tastes. And again, I don't think it's a bad game by any means. And I think objectively speaking, like, the technical achievement that Nintendo achieved there, that the development team achieved, is outstanding. Like, but just from my personal game taste, I did think it was a bit lacking.
Samus, we just received
Yeah, I can see that.
abnormal readings from your life support systems. As a precaution, we are downloading the diagnostic data from your system.
Okay, so now since I keep getting these text calls, what are your thoughts on the constant video calls and stuff, and how it may or may not impact immersion and isolation?
So, on the surface, I don't mind. I do think that they're a little bit too frequent in Prime 3, for my tastes, just because I'm someone who does prefer that more atmospheric isolation experience in a Metroid game. Again, I think for the intro, it works really well, and I love like all the dialogue and, you know, all the cinematics and stuff like that, the back and forth. I think it works really well there. I have absolutely no issues with any of the dialogue in the intro, but I think once you start, like, you know, the game past the tutorial segment, it's a little bit much for my taste, but at the same time, it's not like a deal breaker for me by any means. Again, I still absolutely love this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then these guys, the Warp Hounds, probably maybe the first example of like the your bullet sponge enemy that can be dispatched very easily with the hyper mode.
The hyper mode.
Yeah, the hyper mode.
Now I'm looking at it, I don't know if the charge beam is more energy efficient than the regular uncharged shots are. Looking at how fast the meter drained.
Remy Robichaud says, Metroid Prime 3 hype. Let's go. Yeah, you joined us just in time, Remy. We're on Brio right now, so we're still in the early hours of Prime 3, so we got a lot of corruption left to go still.
What would you say is your most egregious is the most egregious motion control in this game?
I don't really have issues with any of the motion controls. I know some people really hate the ones where you have to like do the twisty ones when you're like unlocking a door. You did that one earlier during the DNA sequence. I personally I don't really think there's any that I would find egregious personally.
Kidding me? That ragdoll got in the way. Ugh.
Like there's like are there some that are unnecessary? Absolutely, but are there ones that I think are egregious? I don't know. I think they're fine.
I'd say I think my pick would be the when you have to do this elevator thing in the Pirate Homeworld where you have to sync it up. I'm like, okay.
Oh, in the Pirate Homeworld, yeah. I guess, yeah, that one's probably fair. Yeah. Again, I don't mind it, but yeah, that one definitely, I can see that.
I'm saying that because I'm also thinking of like Proton John. He did a playthrough of all the Prime games, and he wasn't fond of the motion controls. So I knew when he was getting to that section, it'd just be like, especially since his PC setup was a bit wonky, trying to motion control.
Gotcha. Yeah, again, like, I've never really had any of the issues with the motion controls, and I was wondering when I replayed the game back in 2023, I was wondering, like, okay, how are these motion controls going to hold up? Am I looking at this game with rose-tinted goggles? But I played it again, and I still didn't really have any issues with the motion controls, so...
Yeah.
But again, I can totally understand, you know, like I was saying earlier, like, I don't like the controls for Samus Returns just because I find the 3DS uncomfortable, and most people are like, what are you talking about? It feels fine.
I know that some people...
Different strokes for different folks.
I know IGN made a complaint in the review that their hands hurt after a while playing Samus Returns. Then I played it for a while, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe he was onto something.
Yeah, meanwhile, yeah, Metroid Dread on a controller feels phenomenal. Literally no complaints.
They make sure you use every button.
Yeah, and it's basically like, you know, it's a faster Samus Returns basically. Obviously, you know, there's more to it, but like, you know, it builds off the fundamentals of Samus Returns.
Yeah, like in terms of gameplay, definitely, though, and story as well on some level, I definitely kind of see where Dak's coming from. Where I think he's the one who said where Dread feels more like a Samus Returns 2 than a Fusion sequel.
Yeah, I could definitely see that for sure. Remy says, "Nice. I'm at work, but I'll be watching when I can." Hey, nice. You know, we love viewers regardless where you're watching from. Whether whether you're watching at home, whether you're at work. You know, we appreciate everyone that's in here regardless. Let's see.
Some of these collectibles they're just handing out to you for free.
Yeah, there really are some freebies during these opening moments. Or actually, I guess we're past the opening moments now. Yeah, and this pretty much this whole first area, they really do just kind of.
Especially the E-tanks. By the time you get to Moganar, you get 5, but then Alicia, you get like 3, and it's like,
Yeah.
Then you start to really slow down.
I think for the tutorial it makes sense because you need the E-tanks for hyper mode. But yeah, even the missile expansions. But I mean, Metroid Prime 3 is designed to be a more introductory experience, and so I think it makes sense why they're handing a few of them out for the people, you know, for those new folks who haven't quite finely tuned their Metroid senses yet, who you know, just to give them a bigger fighting chance. Which again, like we said in this game, you're gonna need that for some of those bullet spongy enemies if you're not used to activating hyper mode every 5 seconds.
Are you one of the people like me who scanned everything and can name basically every enemy on sight?
I don't want to say I can name every enemy on site, but I do really love scanning everything in my path for the most part. Like, I am not satisfied until the whole room is green.
Yeah. All right.
Although I will say during my Echoes playthrough, I was not scanning everything and only focusing on 100% log scans, and that might have messed me up because I wasn't able to get 100% like I was hoping for. I missed one Luminoth lore and I think at least one research entry. I got 100% of the creatures though. But yeah.
I was a point where I was doing 100% scan run of Prime 2, and I, for whatever reason, forgot like the pirate grenadier in the homeworld.
Yeah, well, I mean that's fair. There's a ton of pirate variants, so definitely fair to miss that.
Here's our boy. He's coming up. He's everything not supposed to think.
Thanks, baby.
It's definitely a thing not supposed to think about. It takes like 2 uncharged shots to kill a space pirate trooper, and then here's this 1 uncharged shot is enough.
Yeah.
Well, then again, in
don't
Prime,
think too hard about it.
then in Prime 4, you see that Samus can kill a trooper in like 3-4 uncharged shots. I'm like, wow, these guys are weak sauce. What's going on here? Or is just Samus just that strong? You gotta really scan on the guy. I jump. Can you think of a character in a Metroid game that got a more brutal death than Rundus did?
Character? No. Enemy? Maybe the maybe Experiment Z57. I mean, literally tortured before getting corrupted by the X, and then burning alive in a pit of fiery lava. That's a pretty painful way to go. Actually, you know what? Crocomire. That's my answer right there. Crocomire has the most brutal death, and the boy did not deserve it either. Justice for Croc.
And it's over. I only ended hyper like once, I think. But then again, I am on the easiest difficulty. Even when you aren't on the easy on normal difficulty, Rundus is far and away the easiest of the hunters for whatever reason, or at least he has the smallest health pool.
Yeah.
He's like,
oof. Oh. Yeah, I just got to the Rundus death scene on my screen. Yeah, that's a poor guy. Never would have happened if I was there.
Each of the hunters give you like a missile upgrade, a beam upgrade, and a grapple upgrade, as if it's like the main 3 things you do when you're not in Morph Ball.
Yeah, right.
There's like 1 for each. I could go down there. I don't need to. My life feels like in skedaddle. Now watch that pirate trooper down there at the bottom. Yeah, there he goes.
And I do appreciate the shortcut that they put up here, that allows you to just go right back to the entrance. Considering this is considering the fire area is like more of a point A to point B rather than like a more circular design like some of the other Metroid areas.
Yeah.
I know some people don't like that shortcut just because of how, I guess, un-Metroid it is, but I really appreciate it.
I think that's one way.
Yeah.
I made that one. Another type of shortcut here. Figure I just get this out of the way. Because it's not a one-way trip.
Yeah, that's a good one to activate, definitely. Love the very unnecessary gears at the bottom, just to kind of amplify the tension there. although I guess you could say it's maybe like a processing mechanism.
Don't ask where this fuel gel comes from. Can I scan that? Oh, I can scan it. Okay, I didn't think to do that. Gearworks are used to process raw fuel gel before it is sent to the piping network. I never thought to scan that down there.
Well, there you go. That answers my question.
So there is a reason why there's a spinning buzzsaw of death down there.
I mean, I should have known. It's Retro Studios. Like, they would put such an absurd amount of detail into their environmental storytelling. And I mean that in a complimentary way.
Yeah. Like, as far as the Prime game, Prime 4 goes, like, the lore is what I'm most looking forward to. Like, what are they going to let me scan this time?
Everything.
Okay, I guess here's a quick question about Prime 4. What do you think are the chances that Samus will reacquire the shock coil, considering that Silex is in the game and he'll most likely have it?
Ooh, that's tough. I mean, that's tough. Maybe I could see Samus maybe acquiring it at like the very end.
I mean, granted, of the weapons in Prime Hunters, that is one of the best, but I don't know if that's necessarily some sort of end-game acquiring material for an upgrade. Unless you get some, like, you get it partway through the game, and then you get enhancements to it on some level over time.
I mean, it is, well, because I was thinking, like Silex is probably not going to be defeated until the very end, if he is defeated.
Yeah.
So that's why I was thinking, like, maybe it's an end-game upgrade, but it is based off of Stolen Federation prototype, so maybe Samus gets access to, like, you know, the non-prototype version, the full version of the shock coil at some point before then.
And supposedly it's like banned technology or something, so, but then again, the Olympics apparently just have it around.
Yeah. Austin asked, did they ever say what studio is working on Prime 4? Is it still Retro? Yeah. So Retro is working on the current build of Prime 4. Originally Retro was not working on Prime 4. Allegedly, according to rumors, it was under development by a section of Bandai Namco. But that build was scrapped, and when they rebooted in 2019, by the way, I gotta say, I love that little front flip that Samus does when exiting Morph Ball in midair. Like, that's such a cool detail they added in Prime 3. I hope we see more of those killer Morph Ball animations in Prime 4. Anyways,
there's also one where she does like a double back, or if you're standing on the ground and you unmorph, she does a double backflip, which is totally necessary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Samus has always been extra when it comes to the flip, so honestly, that's just like super in character for her.
Yeah. Takes every opportunity she can to style, even if no one's looking.
But yeah, going back to Austin's question, yeah, so that original build was being developed by Bandai Namco, then it was scrapped in 2019, and when they announced that they were rebooting it, they also announced that Retro Studios was doing it.
I know some people have stated that, like as a definitive statement, that it was Bandai working on the original build, and I'm just like, we don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know, but a lot of people that I trust have said so, and so I tend to believe it, but we don't truly know for sure, and we probably never will know for sure.
Yeah.
You know, who actually was working on that build.
Like, I know they made
It's also possible.
Yeah.
It's also possible that several studios were working on it, and it was a big collaborative project in general.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, you've seen this guy jump down, but have you seen this guy wall jump back up?
I have seen it, yes. That wall jumping animation is ridiculous, and I kind of love it.
He is moving. Holy goodness.
Yeah, my boy's schmovin'.
He gets up shaking his fist at somebody. He makes more rubble as he comes down, even that's the second time. I was gonna say something else, but I forgot.
Put that guy in Smash. Honestly, yeah, he could work in Smash. You thought you knew the meta. You have never faced the War Golem before. Hey, welcome Torvis. I feel tired from yesterday, so I don't know if I'll be able to provide commentary for Prime 3 later, but I do want to do some for Dread at least. Yeah, absolutely. Save your energy for Dread, Torvis, because that's where your expertise is going to come in the most. But yeah, happy to have you here as a viewer nonetheless. As you can see, we're just starting Prime 3. We're still on Brio, so we got a lot of corruption left to go. Oh, and there's that double backflip you were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Don't intend on getting every upgrade, but if there's something pretty close by, it's just right there. I'm gonna go get it.
Y'all are incredible for being able to do this. Thank you, Torvis. We really appreciate it. Yeah, you know, in a sense, it is literally the least we can do with everything going on. You know, we want to, you know, provide to a good cause and do so in a fun way that gets everyone together. You know. Yeah, slowly melting these fuel gel vines so that we can activate the golem and progress further.
Fuel gel vines.
Which I believe our next upgrade is the ship missiles.
Another highly underutilized ability, but then again, it is a screen nuke, so how well can you utilize those?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am glad that the ship grapple is utilized more, because that's definitely my favorite of the two upgrades. But I do wish we got some more use out of those missiles. They get very forgotten after Brio.
Yep. There are a total of 2 locations you can use your ship missiles on. I intend on showing them off.
Yeah, I remember one of them. It's that that one section of the Thorn Jungle where the whatchamacallit, the Berserkers come out. I know there's that. I don't know where the other one's at, though. I'm curious to see that.
Would you like me to just tell you?
No, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Okay. We are sorry.
we made a whoopsie. Our bad.
Which is like, being this right here is parts plot-wise the danger with hyper mode, at least that we're going for, where it's like you need hyper mode to stop Phazon because it's only weak to itself, like a dragon type in Pokemon. But you also risk getting corrupted by doing it, and it's like you have to. There's no real way around it. Even the PED troopers that have the backpacks, they are at risk at somewhat to the Phazon madness thing, because the little lone Wii Shop, like Prime 3 channel on the Wii back in the day, had a preview video about it, and one guy's hand started to bug out.
Yeah, that's definitely that I think could warrant a conversation, because I definitely have a lot of thoughts about the Prime 3 preview. Yeah, Taurus Bowl, that's literally what we were talking about earlier. I love how they bioengineered Samus without knowing how Phazon works, without her consent. Yeah, it's like... It's like, honestly, the Federation was showing some shady signs well before Fusion and Other M.
If there was ever gonna go into Silex's hoopla, I wonder, like, I guess side tangent here, where it's like a lot of people are expecting or wanting him to be human. I'm hoping he's an alien of some kind, just because it's some other angle of the Federation, why one might hate them, among other things. And it's just like another human is important. Okay, how about something new, please? That, and he makes like monster noises when you hurt him in Prime Hunters, so it's like I don't think a human can do that. And if that's a feature of his suit, that'd be a very weird thing to put on speaker.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I fully expect him to be at least humanoid.
Well, yeah, he is humanoid, but
and I don't know. I fully expect him to have a speaking role in Prime 4.
That'd be neat.
Doom GC says the helmet HUD in Prime 3 is still incredible. That is so much in my sci-fi alley. Yeah, I love all of the Metroid Prime HUDs. And the new one in 4 also looks so slick as well. So I'm very excited to see what they do with that. Torvis Bolt also really likes this room. Yeah, this is a really cool room. It's pretty. It's a really dynamic room too. I really like this puzzle setup here, even though it's like fairly simple. At the end of the day, it's just a basic platforming puzzle. I kind of like the steps that you know, of getting like all the platforms set up. And I like how the actual the missile bay itself is also part of the platforms you have to traverse. I think that's a cool detail.
For energy cell number 1.
Yeah, that's another thing that I think most people agree that Prime 3's take on like the endgame fetch quest is easily the best, and I tend to agree with that. I definitely like it better where you can just kind of naturally collect at least a few of these along the way.
Yep.
Even though I always go for 100% in these games, so the fetch quests don't really impact how I play regardless. I do think just for... I think for... It just opens up more options for the audience as well. If you don't want to go for a 100% run, then, you know, you're not required to retraverse the world. To at least to the same degree as you were in Primes 1 and 2. I think it's a lot more reasonable in this game.
Yeah.
But it's still there if you do really enjoy that kind of victory lap at the end of the game.
Of course, well, that's if you know where to go, because if you don't know the path in the Valhalla, you're gonna have to go back.
That is also true, yes. and another thing is that, like, you can also just with the Chozo satellites, you can also just pinpoint the exact location of all the items, including the energy cells.
He doesn't tell you
And
where all
unlike, I was just gonna say, unlike Prime 2 or 3, where the Sky Temple keys and artifacts do not count towards your item completion, I believe the energy cells do in this game, which is also really nice.
I'm pretty sure that the artifacts in Prime 1 at the very least count for item percentage.
They do? Oh, okay. Maybe I'm incorrect in that regard.
So I usually save the last artifact in that artifact in the artifact temple that you're like. Probably a game assumes you get it pretty early on, but I say that as the last thing I get, and I get 100% item collection. I don't remember if the Sky Temple, like the temple keys, do count for item collection, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so I'm confused. Our donation bar just updated to $728 raised, but I'm checking our Tiltify page, and it still says that our last donation was by Rodrigo. So I don't know if I'm missing a new donation or not, but that is definitely a lot higher than it was just a bit ago. Because we're almost at our goal now. We are $22 away from our goal, actually, and we are only on day 2. I think we're gonna reach that today.
I'm pretty sure we're a pretty safe bet. Looking like it.
Oh, it just updated now. An anonymous user just donated $100. Thank you, anonymous user. Wow. Wow. And they didn't leave a comment either. I'm surprised. Wow, that's easily our highest donation yet. I think before that we were getting 50s, but yeah, thank you so much, whoever you are. Torvis says, difficult question to answer, but did the Elysia Observatory or somewhere close for it have a scan for SR388?
It did not.
Oh, I can't remember. I remember SR388 was in Metroid Prime. I know it was in that observatory. But
there is no scan for SR388 in Prime 3. It's Talon 4 and Ether, and for the Prime 1 observatory, it's a Zebus and Talon 4. SR388 is a whole other solar system.
That's right. Yeah. So there's no SR. You know what? I remember now. The SR388 is mentioned in the whatchamacallit, in the Pirate Homeworld, in that Metroid dissection lab. It mentions one of the specimens came from SR388. That's where that meant. That's the only SR388 mention, I believe.
I know there's like a Talon Metroid scan. It mentions that they're the apex predator of SR388, but I think that's only a handful of mentions for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, I think it makes sense because, like, you know, at this point, you know, Metroids are only known from being discovered on SR388. But otherwise, SR388 doesn't really become important to the plot until Samus returns.
Yep.
Samus flying by with the $100 bomb. Yeah, again, thank you so much, anonymous donor. By all means, please, if you're comfortable with telling us who you are in chat, please do. Like, we would love to give you a shout out. Thanks. I had a feeling SR388 was mentioned somewhere in the Prime series. Yeah, it's definitely mentioned, not frequently by any means, but it's definitely mentioned at some very rare points in the lore.
Kind of weird how to me anyway, where it's like like Brio's main theme is awesome, and then you get like all the other themes, or they're okay, they fit the mood, but it's not like I'm not gonna re-listen to these on my own time.
Yeah, I think some of the more kind of orchestral neoclassical segments in Prime 3, I don't think they all quite hit the mark, and I definitely think those alternate Brio themes, for the most part. Brio Ice is phenomenal. I love Brio Ice and those little Fendrana motifs that are hidden in there. But yeah, Thorn Jungle and Brio Fire, I agree. You know, they're fine, but they're nowhere near as impactful as the main Brio theme.
And now that I'm doing ship messes for the first time, when the Berserker Lord comes out, you're gonna notice he's gonna try and use someone to hit another person.
Yeah, I do love how he literally, well, I can't say the full phrase because we're not swearing on stream, but beats one person with another person,
yeah.
if you know that saying.
And the guy just exploded when he hit the ground.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. That's one of the coolest things that they added in this game, honestly.
Ugh. You nice for long, did you there, bud? Actually, coming up here is a boss. What I saw in like the there's a randomizer I play for those. Usually, I see like Prime randomizers by Bash Prime over on YouTube and Twitch. Those you know about him? Like he did a
I love Bash Prime. He's awesome.
Yeah, like he did a Prime 3 randomizer not too long ago when he got here fighting the Korak Beast when he had Nova Beam and X-Ray Visor, and apparently the Korak Beast has the whole one-shot weakness that other enemies have, despite being an early game enemy. So
Torvis says, "I'm Bash Prime."
Log on. Thank you.
Doom GC says, so all the Metroids we see in Prime 3, they all come from SR388 or the ones from Zebes? So all the ones in the Prime trilogy came from Zebes originally. So basically the way it works is that Space Pirate steals, Federation discovers a Metroid, a single Metroid on SR388. They capture it. Space Pirates raid their ship, steal it on Zebes. They start cloning them on Zebes with beta rays. Those are the Metroids we face in Metroid 1. And then all of those cloned Metroids on Zebes are the remaining batch are what are continuously cloned throughout the Prime trilogy and experimented on with Phazon. Yeah, I think the Korak Beast is an underrated boss. I agree, Torvis. Metroid rides horses now.
As I was saying before, apparently, like, you see the Phasite armor on the Korak Beast, and apparently it does have the X-Ray Visor Nova Beam one-shot weakness that other enemies later in the game have, which could indicate that the Korak was planned for encountering later on in the game, but you only fight it here.
Yeah, that's a really interesting thing, and as you were saying, definitely something that comes in handy if you are lucky enough to get the Nova Beam earlier in your randomizer. Well, I guess a Nova Beam and the X-Ray Visor, because you would need both to do that that one hit. I also love how the ship missiles hybridize the design of the ship along with a traditional missile expansion. Like, it actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah. If I remember, ship missile expansions don't look that much different from just missile ammo.
That's what I meant to say. Sorry, I just saw the pickup on your screen. But yeah, I really like the design of those.
What are you doing back there? I don't remember if the trilogy or the Wii version of this game has this lower load times, or if they're about the same. This law in particular is important because there's a missile expansion behind here. Not sure why I got stuck behind the wall. Kind of weird.
I mean, you'd be surprised how easily I can lose fairly big items. So, you know, maybe I could absolutely see someone just misplacing this.
Not sure why you have to do this cutscene to get to progress, but it's also kind of just like, maybe the ship should stop attacking. But no, it keeps doing drive-bys.
Samus, there are 2 anti-aircraft turrets protecting the generator.
Yeah, again, gameplay and cinematics first. Don't think too hard about it.
While those guns are
He's trying.
I'm still reflecting on me not realizing that universal ammo are basically mini Octoliths after you pointed that out, Duminal Crossing. When did I'm not sure what... I'm not sure. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure what you're referring to right now. I'm still reflecting on me not realizing that UA are basically mini Octoliths after you pointed that out, Duminal Crossing. Do you mean like the artifacts that you use to create those the portals that leads to the Octolith? Because I assume you're talking about hunters right now, Spire fan. When we did the MPH guide photo shoot. Oh, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right. The pickups. Sorry, I was thinking of the ammo expansions. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they do look like mini Octolith crystals. That is right. Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, I'm reminded of something where, like, a really weird moment when I played Prime 1 at some point where, like, isn't it Vendrana Labs, one of the big 2 rooms? I forget which one. I think it was the first of the 2 you normally go into. And, like, I killed a space pirate on the ground. He did his death animation, but then he went straight up. I heard him bonk off the ceiling, and then he fell back to the ground and ragdolled. And I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I do love some of the Prime 1 ragdolls. We had some good ones during the Prime 2 stream yesterday. The Space Pirate ragdoll is an art form. I always when I'm fighting these turrets, I always like to wait for those fuel gel canisters to go by and just obliterate them. Yeah, there we go, like that.
Maybe I'm just not noticing. Is ragdoll physics in games kind of being a lost art, or are they just not as noticeable for whatever reason?
I think it depends on the game. Like I know GTA has great ragdoll, and I assume that GTA 6 is going to continue that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like because ragdoll like isn't considered quote unquote realistic, and so a lot of games they don't emphasize the ragdoll as much, even though a lot of that was like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like kind of a change in, games are gonna change on what they focus on over time, and ragdoll is just kind of one of the things that hasn't quite been as focused on as we've moved on. But like it's still there in some games if you look for it. And again, like I would be stunned if GTA 6 didn't have some good ragdoll.
Okay.
Because that's like one of the best parts about a GTA game.
You notice those 2 guys? They just stepped into the danger zone. They just got annihilated.
Yeah. Oh, I just saw that. Damn. Rip and pepperoni. TF2 is still a top 15 game on Steam, so that's keeping ragdoll death physics popular. That is also true. I feel like in general, Gary's mod and Steam Workshop like alone probably contribute to like a ton of ragdoll today.
You lock on, please. Thank you. This section isn't that bad. The next one is very annoying. Or it can be. Don't need to worry about.
This is usually where I just abuse hyper mode.
These guys go down pretty quickly. So. Okay. Okay, usually the tracking on missiles in the Prime 2 is actually pretty good for the most part. Secret missiles can be wonky though. Very least a time or two where I lock onto a missile to someone, and then if it misses, it just goes in a circle until it hits them.
Yeah, seeker missiles definitely have a mind of their own sometimes. We were definitely having some issues with that in Prime 2 with a few of the rooms. Like if you don't aim it just right, they'll get hitched up on something, and so you usually have to like aim away from the target so that they something doesn't get blocked in their path.
Usually, like, the only thing I can say to that is just stand farther back and let them time to get on course, I guess, because especially in Prime 3, where all the missiles decide to zigzag in between each other for some reason.
Ooh, new Kit and Krista episode dropped today. I'm probably not going to have time to watch it until after we finish the marathon on Sunday, but yeah, definitely looking forward to another Kit and Krista.
I'm not familiar with their stuff. I watched a handful of clips at the very least, so what would you say is their hottest takes or best topics they've covered?
So basically, they're former Nintendo employees. They used to do a show called Nintendo Minute. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah, I know of it.
Okay, yeah. Well, so basically, their new podcast, ever since they left Nintendo, it's kind of like an extension of that, but they just kind of talk about their tenure and time at Nintendo, and they just kind of give, you know, perspectives on the gaming landscape from people that used to work, like, you know, in the industry. They kind of give some more insight on like what Nintendo's thought processes are kind of leading into the Switch 2 in particular, since there's a lot of questions from people outside, and they're like, hey, we used to work here. We have a fairly knowledgeable understanding of how they work. This is how we think that they're approaching this. And so I really like hearing their insight on that. And then they're just also just really cool people in general.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely a big fan of Kit and Krista. I actually just subbed to their Patreon a couple weeks ago. They one of their Patreon exclusives is they do spoiler casts, and their most recent one was on Metroid Prime Remastered, and they announced that next month they're doing Super Metroid. They're kind of doing Metroid month lead up into Prime 4, so I felt like this was the time to jump on.
This section in particular can be annoying.
It's actually fun. So I just got to the where you were scanning the health orbs on my screen. I think it's really interesting how Prime 1 is still the only game where the health orbs are a mandatory scan for the logbook. But 2 and 3, they are no longer mandatory.
Yeah. Rare sight of aerial troopers walking.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's a thing they can do in this game.
They do have working feet. Yeah, there is a special friend code where you have to do all these without a pirate pulling them back. And of course...
Yeah, I got that one time, and I will probably never do that again.
The issue here is that if they decide to go for one of the levers and they start to pull it, you got a cutscene, you can't stop it.
Yeah, again, this is what... Yeah, I was about to say, like, this is why I absolutely abuse hyper mode here. I don't have that kind of patience.
And the first try, there we go.
Let's go. I got some catching up on chat to do, so let's see here. Torvis says, I don't know how to say this without sounding weird, but what I like about ragdolls is that it intuitively depicts a lack of consciousness or energy. I think I get what you're saying. I think for me, it just looks really silly, but I definitely think there's an element to that as well. Yes, Pirate Fan says, haha, I get you. Like, wow. Like, oh, wow, you really messed them up. Yeah, there it is right there, yeah. It's like a comedic pull right there. A dark comedic pull. So I definitely think you're onto something there, Torvis.
Like, you say Ragdoll, the first thing I think of, I'm not sure if you played this, like, 2000s PS2 Transformers game based off of the Transformers Armada TV show, and one of the first boss fights in the game is have, like, this guy, Cyclonus. You're at the top of this pyramid, he grabs you, he swings you around like a dragon throw from Dragon Ball, he just throws you off the pyramid, you just go flying, and you can't do nothing, you're ragdolling the whole way down.
I cannot believe I know what you're talking about right now. So I used to play that game all the time. I never owned it, but like at the gym they'd have like a PS2 console. They'd have a PS2 console, and oh, I just heard the follower notification go up. So I think we just got a new subscriber to our YouTube channel. Torvis Bolt, thank you so much for joining the hunt. Yeah, welcome to the Omega Metroid YouTube channel officially, I guess now. But yeah, I used to play that game all the time. They had a PS2 at our gym, and that would be like one of my favorite. That and the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. Those would be like Tony Hawk 4, the Transformers game, and Jak 2. Those would be like my go-to games whenever I played there.
And Jak 2 is surprisingly hard.
Familiar. Yeah, Jak 2 is brutal, honestly.
Jak 3 is definitely, it's just the right. I love Jak 3.
I haven't played any of them except for Jak 2. I need to get on that trilogy someday. But
an interesting
but
choice.
Yeah, I am very familiar with that first level of Transformers and that ragdoll. So I'm surprisingly know what you're talking about there.
Yep.
Spirefan said earlier, those shield grabs you're doing reminds me how much Nintendo and Wii ads pushed for that aspect in marketing with an uncheck. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was pretty much the whole marketing campaign. You know, you weren't just showing the gameplay. You were also, you know, really heavily focusing on the audience and the interactivity of all that. And that was a huge part of, you know, why the Wii was such a success out of the gate, was because of that marketing campaign and showing that interactivity. Even if it didn't quite pan out how the marketing was intending you to believe it, I mean, like, it played a substantial role in that for sure.
Coming up, you're going to see someone who's an unfortunate victim.
Spire says Transformers Armada hype favorite series in that franchise. I loved Armada growing up. I'm definitely due for a rewatch there.
I remember Armada
says I thought I was a subscriber before. Sorry, it's all good, man. No worries.
Well, I remember Armada that the animation was quite lacking at times, but it did like, there's a point where, like, when Unicron showed up, it's like, okay, it's getting good now.
Oh yeah, I never owned the Unicron toy. My friend did though. I owned the Optimus one. But he had Megatron and Unicron, and so we would always like do little play fights with all those growing up. We always had so much fun with that.
Like, I will say this about Armada though, like, the final battle between Megatron and Optimus is probably one of my favorites, despite the whole animation weirdness, lack thereof, quote unquote, because nothing else. They are using the environment well in their battle, and they are literally ripping each other apart.
Let's see.
First generator down, onto the second one, and Moganar shouldn't be too far away. Which is probably the biggest difficulty spike in the game.
Sorry, Andy just tagged me in something on Discord. I'll probably have to get back to that later.
I just realized that the ship ammo and or missile expansions look like the ship. Like, it's the same silhouette as it was flying away.
Griff, can you solo commentate this for a few minutes? I gotta respond to Andy about something real quick.
If I must.
All right, I'll be right back. Just give me a few minutes.
All right. So, chat, how's the weather? I won't be able to look at anyone was saying, unfortunately, because of how I'm set up. I'm looking at my screen. And if I was able to look to my right or on my phone or whatever, I'd have to squint to see anything. Handful of differences going back here. one turn ain't enough for me. Trying to be slick, and the door takes 5 years to open. Pirates have just the right setup to be annoying. I just barely made that. My pinky toe landed on the platform, so I'm good. Also, quick update. Sorry about the fact that you can't see my beautiful face. For whatever reason, webcam was not cooperating, so this is what we're gonna have to deal with. Or it's like I either have my webcam showing or my gameplay showing, and one is more important than the other. Come on. Fine. Alright, and there she goes. Trying to build turret number 3, but they were too late. How much ship missiles do I have? I got enough. I got plenty. Not that ship missile ammo has ever been a real concern. What this thing's called? Scorch bug. I don't want to stand on some ice cube and fight you. Alright, last generator is down. Moganar is soon. The first major difficulty spikes of the game. Although I have a bit of an idea as to how to make that more tangible. Okay, those giant machines on the shield making it stay put. Apparently they're in the apparently someone made them with the design philosophy of if it runs out of power, make it blow up. You required scan? No, okay. That device is not required, apparently.
The destruction of the generators has disabled the Leviathan shield. The seed is now in. You must fly there and find a way to destroy it.
What up? Wait. I usually see these guys.
All right, I'm back.
What I'd love to do now for Brio is...
Sorry about
What?
I was gonna say sorry about that. Like, I needed my full concentration when typing that because I get distracted very easily.
Yeah.
So I just needed some silence while I was figuring something out. Basically, Andy and I were just trying to figure out some back end stuff with the stream right now. Because I can't remember who. I think it was Metroid that brought up the AM2R segment that was cut off, and so we were just trying to figure out what was going on there. And it seems like YouTube only saves up to 12 hours of the stream when it saves the VOD. And so we were just trying to figure out how we wanted to go about that. So I think what we're going to do is I think we're going to do 2 broadcasts a day to space things out.
All right.
And so that way, the rest of the segments will be saved. Luckily, in the case of AIM2R, that was something we were planning on uploading later as its own standalone thing for people who missed out on the stream. Because I mean, that's a meaty piece of content that we just wanted to have archived on our channel regardless. But yeah, we want to archive the rest of the stream as well as a live segment. And so I think what we're gonna do there is just do 2 separate broadcasts. So we'll probably start. We'll probably start the second one right after you finish Corruption. And so yeah, for everyone in chat, we'll migrate you over to a new stream for that. And that way, for anyone who wasn't able to make the stream, if you're so inclined, you can still revisit these archives and check out all of these runs. Let's see.
Last of the show generators.
Catching up.
Last of the show generators are down. All that's left for Brio right now is Moganar, the biggest difficulty spike in the game.
Really difficulty spike, but definitely like the spongiest of the bosses in my opinion. Definitely my least favorite fight in this game.
Definitely up there. Although at least when he puts on his baby booties and starts to ramp like he got a morph ball bomb his feet, I have a way to make that a non-issue.
Oh my gosh. Torvis Bolt coming in with a $120 donation. We have a new champion in the house, folks. And with that, we have not only reached our goal, we have far surpassed our goal, and we aren't even halfway through day 2 yet. Oh my goodness, that is what an incredible power play by Torvis there. She says, "Thanks a lot for doing this. You all are a positive force for the Metroid community, and I'm really glad to see the early success for this marathon. P.S. Sorry, Andy." Well, Torvis, thank you so much, and thank you again to everyone who has contributed a donation so far. We really appreciate all of the interactivity and the donations. All of this, as we've mentioned several times before, is going to the Trevor Project, one of the leading organizations that is trying to help with counseling and suicide prevention services for young LGBTQ+ youth. And especially right now in America, this is something that they are in need of more than ever. And so we are doing our little part in trying to make a difference. Even if it's a small difference, even if it's only a difference on a single person's life, we want to contribute to that because, folks, trans rights are human rights. Torvis says this effort means a lot to me, and it's for an amazing cause. Absolutely. Yeah, we again. Yeah, thank you so much to everybody who's contributed. Like, I really cannot state like how incredibly grateful I am for the turnout and all of this, because we really didn't know what we were going to expect from this, and this has like massively outperformed our expectations.
Okay.
Yeah, because we set this. Yeah, because we set this thing to 750 for like the entire 5-day event, and we are already at $848, not even halfway through. And technically, we had a $1,000 stretch goal too. I don't know. I think we're gonna be able to hit $1,000 by the end of today. Hell yeah, trans rights are human rights, 100%. 100%. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
For those who just missed it, when he puts on those baby booties of his, we got a morph ball and just turn on hyper mode. You will be unharmed.
I don't know. I like to think of them more as like morning slippers. You know what I mean? or like the rain boots. All right. I'm gonna catch up to the chat a little bit since I had to walk out there for a few minutes. Let's see what we missed out on. Mega Blade says, I need to play all 3, but what's the reason for Samus's ship change? There isn't really a lore reason. They just kind of do change. But yeah, in Prime 1 in Hunters, she uses a ship design. Prime 2, she uses the kind of the Samus Returns and Super Metroid ship design, and then Prime 3, Federation Force, and now Prime 4, she has this new kind of this almost kind of fighter jet looking ship design. So yeah, there isn't really a lore reason that we know of at the moment. The only official lore reason for Samus ever changing a chip that we know of is in Fusion. Her Super Metroid ship gets destroyed, and she ends up using that new purple one in that game, as well as continues to use it in Dread. That's the only really official lore reason for a ship change we have at the moment. And I guess Zero Mission too, because she did have that one original ship design there that got destroyed in that new sequence they added there.
I keep laughing, jerk. Now, there's a thing where he shoots a laser beam at you, and if you hit him with an ice missile, it'll actually freeze his head temporarily.
Oh, I didn't know that. Because again, I usually just abuse hyper mode for this fight, so.
Running theme, I see.
Yes. Yeah, Sam Spiteri chimes in, wow, what an amazing community. Absolutely. I am so, again, I'm absolutely speechless right now, even though I'm continuing to talk. And also, hi Sam, how are you doing? What day is your, what day are you and Andy playing Metroid Blast again? Because I completely forgot, and I don't have the schedule up on me right now. I like all of the Metroid ships. Really glad to see the Prime 3 one reused. The Prime 3 one is my favorite ship. I love the Prime 3 ship, and I'm so happy that it's coming back and looking better than ever in Prime 4.
I'd say the Prime... I have a sauce off of the Prime 1 ship, as well as the classic ship. They're both pretty close together for me.
Yeah, I love both of those designs as well. They're awesome.
And Mogadar is down.
All right. Good riddance. I hate this boss
Yeah,
so
good
much.
riddance. There's a point, like, after I destroyed 2 of his little sockets, he just smacked the ground and just walked around for a bit and wasted time. There's one part where he did that move like 3 times in a row, and it's annoying. And here we've got we've definitely got an interesting scene here now that Samus has got a bit more corrupted out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was about to say, Samus is about to be looking like I did on my 30th birthday. Metroid Blast, Saturday, first thing in the morning. All right.
Definitely an interesting scene.
Yeah, there's me responding to all that Bacardi I drank that night.
Yet another interesting upgrade, the Hyper Ball.
A cool upgrade, another very underutilized one though. Weirdly enough, up until you get to phase at the very end of the game, and then all of a sudden, like, it gets pre-utilized actually out of nowhere.
Yeah, I feel like outside of that end game sequence when you have to, like, the hyper ball seems to drain way too much energy way too fast, so I don't really ever want to use it.
Torvis says the official, unofficial name for the Prime ship name is so awesome. What? Remind me what it is again, because I remember that was also revealed in like one of the Kiwi interviews.
The guy said I think it was the Thrush Eterna or something like that.
That sounds right to me. I remember the word Eterna being used in there.
The Thrush, like after named after a bird. That fact in particular.
That is a pretty dope name.
That fact in particular does stick out to me. I remember that one.
Now, whenever I hear Eterna, I think of Lux Eterna from the last Metallica album. Yeah, Torvis confirmed it is the Thrush Eterna. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but like that little organic pod that the Leviathan seed comes out of, there's a similar looking structure in Dark Ether, in the not the first room you enter in Aegon Waste, but the oh, I can't remember what it's called. It's the one that's in the after you face Dark Samus, you get the Dark Beam. That portal that you enter there, it's where there's a Dark Aegon key there, and I swear there's a structure on the ceiling that looks almost exactly like that, and I wonder if the similarities there is purely coincidental, or if that was like, you know, purposeful and like, hey, this is a little homage to Dark Ether, and maybe like that, you know, that room you're in is like where that version's Leviathan seed is.
Yeah, well, it seems like the Ing was their development was influenced by Phazon. If nothing else, you find phased Ings in Prime 3.
Yeah, they're definitely linked to Phazon, but that structure, I could definitely see that structure in particular being coincidental. Maybe like just kind of a reused asset linkage at most, but not intentionally like linking the two, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I could see something like that maybe, but like I'd have to compare them side by side, but they look very similar.
Above the surface, where GF Aurora Unit 217 is stationed. Unit 217 has been infected.
All right, there we go, folks. We are one planet down, 2 to go. It's time to move on. I think our next planet, Skytown, is most people's favorite area in Metroid Prime 3. I'm definitely a little bit more partial to Brio, but Skytown is an incredible area in and of itself.
Yeah, like I see Lucy as like my favorite place in Prime 3, the music, overall atmosphere, and stuff like that.
Good luck, Samus.
Also, steampunk the planet.
Mm-hmm. And it also does have some wonderful sequences that we'll talk about later. Most notably, for me at least, the Xeno research sequence, which I think you could argue might be like a top 10 Metroid moment.
Yeah, I love that sequence too. If you don't mind, when I land on Alicia, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute stretch to go to the bathroom.
Hey, no worries. Yeah, we can put ourselves on a little short break, take a bathroom break, get yourself recharged, re-energized. I think we earned that after our Brio victory there. Yeah, Chozo Lord, the bobbleheads are awesome. I will be very disappointed if we do get that port on Switch and they remove the bobbleheads. I will be very disappointed. Way more so than them removing the fusion suit in the Prime Remaster.
At some point, there are like some dioramas that are in Prime Trilogy specifically. I could like, I don't know, I think they're in Prime 3 as well, but I can show those off at some point.
Yeah, the dioramas are carried over in both.
I'm gonna save real quick, like.
Hey, welcome to the chat, Dak. Yeah, we hit the goal, y'all. Far exceeded the goal actually, and we're still just in the early hours of day 2. We got a whole lot of Metroid left to go. Metroid says, so I was a bit confused by 217 at the end. Its tank was being corrupted, but it's not actually the final boss, question mark. I believe... No. So are you talking about the Skytown Aurora unit? So basically, what's happening there is that it's being corrupted, but it's mostly just being used to deactivate the network. Whereas 313 on Phase is actively being used to control the planet by Dark Samus. And so once Samus is able to upload the vaccine to 217 in time, which is why we're able to save it and why we ultimately don't fight it. Yeah, Prime 3 is so good. I was saying this earlier in the stream, but like I'm so happy that I replayed this when I did, because like I've always liked Prime 3 a lot, but like I definitely had a lot of criticisms of it compared to 1 and 2. But yeah, when I replayed it at the end of 2023, yeah, I feel like a lot of those criticisms for the most part I still had, but I forgot about how much good stuff this game really had, and I ended up just having such a blast playing through it. And like I think it definitively put like the Prime trilogy as my all-time favorite gaming trilogy, just replaying it, because it is still a quality entry in its own right.
Alrighty, I'm gonna take a quick stretch bathroom break, and we shall return to more Metroid Prime 3 in a little bit.
Alright, welcome back. Let's liberate Skytown, y'all.
So what are your opinion on these roller coaster segments?
So, I really like the concept of them. What I don't like is all of the random stuff they like try to put in front of you. It starts to borderline on annoying rather than fun. But like, because I think I kind of just prefer the whatchamacallit, those little crane segments in Metroid Zero Mission and Kraid's Lair. I think if they operated kind of similar to that, I would have really loved them. Because I like the concept of them, I like the visual of them. But yeah, I think they put a bit too much stuff in front of you to where it becomes less fun and just more tedious.
Yeah, also FYI, if you ever play this game on Hyper Mode, know that the things that normally get destroyed or knocked out of the way with one shot, they take 2. So you probably want to go into Hyper Mode when you're going on the Hyper Mode difficulty when you're going on these sections here.
Yeah, like most things in Prime 3, you will want to abuse Hyper Mode. There's a little tease of a mini-boss we'll be facing later. Although you guys are probably hearing this well after you saw the tease, since I'm watching the footage on YouTube about 20 seconds before.
Topic of sorts. Like, super missiles and power bombs are a very iconic ability Samus has, but they are not in this game, even though hyper missiles are basically super missiles. But there's no power bomb equivalent.
Yeah, power bombs are weirdly absent. I feel like super missiles, because the missiles in this game basically stack on each other, I feel like you could have done the same with super missiles. I mean, at this point, Fusion already did that as well. And then Dread kind of brought that back.
If all of your missiles in this game, like, stacked, if you could fire, like, if you got 255 ice super missiles in this game, like, considering how strong super missiles are in the Prime series, that would be ridiculous.
I mean, is it though? You already got hyper mode. You already have pretty ridiculous firepower it is in this game.
Yeah, well, that firepower comes with a totally dangerous risk involved. Talk about hyper missiles. I think that when I do end up fighting Helios, I think I have a way to make him seem like a chump. But I'll have to wait and see. Although, spoiler alert, it does involve using hyper mode.
Does or does not? I couldn't hear you there.
Does.
Okay. Well, again, like most things in Metroid Prime 3, when in doubt, bust out hyper mode. Watching you use Spring Ball also makes me so jealous. I was playing a GameCube build of Echoes yesterday, so I was doing everything with Morph Ball bombs only, including Spider Guardian. Which, not gonna lie, I had a phenomenal Spider Guardian run last night. Like my Spider Guardian was kind of on point. I'm pretty sure it was a PB for myself at least, not like you know, worldwide, obviously. Yeah, I love the Steam bots. They're so weird. I'm gonna catch up to some of the old chats as well while you were away. Devin Bolster says, "Why is Samus so okay with the Galactic Federation making their own mother brains? Seriously, I feel like she should be mad about that, and the Federation just won't stop trying to make more of them." Well, technically, so according to the lore in Prime 3, the Aurora units have been in service for 2 decades at this point, which is well before the events of Metroid 1.
Yeah.
There is hints in the Metroid Prime 3 preview, which maybe this is a good segue to finally talk about that. There are some hints in the Prime 3 preview where it hints that they're based off of Mother Brain.
Their chamber that they're shown looks identical to Turian.
Yeah, including like the little Rinka turrets and everything.
Which are not in the game though, but
it's hard to tell if that's like actually canon though, since none of that is actually in the final game.
Yeah. It's nice they made a channel like that for Metroid Prime 3 at all, because how often have they done something like that for a game?
Yeah, I'm gonna read the rest of these comments, and then I think we can talk about the Prime 3 preview, because I definitely have a lot of, I think we both have a lot of thoughts on that for sure. Metroidus says, "I swear at the end during my energy cell run, the 217 tank was actually covered in Phazon. Nothing story-wise happens, and then you just go to phase and fight 313, but I could be wrong." So there's Phazon on the outside of the tank, even after you cure 217 itself. There's some like stray Phazon on the outside of the tank, but you actually like vaccinate 217 and cure it of its Phazon corruption.
The vaccine can cure corruption. Why don't I have that?
Don't think about it. We are sorry. Torvis says, "If we have selectable beams in Beyond, I hope we get something like Imperialist and Hyper Beam, because they would both be powerful but require either good aim or good tracking to utilize the power." Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree. I definitely prefer the switchable beams to the stackable beams in the 3D games. I think stackable works better for 2D. Well, I don't want to say works better for 2D. It's all we've gotten so far in 2D. I guess aside from like Metroid 1 and 2, but like that's a little bit different. But yeah, that's definitely my hope, and I definitely also do agree. I hope we do get some of those more traditional weapons in our swappables too. I like how, you know, you mentioned the Imperialist. I think the shot coil is also another good example. You know, kind of a beam that doesn't really have a charge function, but also operates a bit different than like how your standard beams fare. So I definitely hope we get more of those as well that kind of go outside of what we consider a traditional Metroid beam, if that makes sense.
I'm hoping there's
Batrogue.
Like if Prime 4 takes a like Prime Hunter's approach on some level, considering Silex is here in the game, I hope we get more exotic collectibles than Hunters did, because it's like the 6 affinity weapons and that's all you get. Like, not throwing shade at the affinity weapons, but it's a little bit underwhelming on some level.
I think that's just more an example of 1, time constraints, and 2, just multiplayer being the bigger focus of that game,
among other
campaign.
System limitations.
I don't think we're gonna see like, asset reuse to that degree.
I mean, credit to Hunters developers though, they made a bunch of maps for Hunters, and they made it work pretty well, seamlessly connecting one area to the next and make it a believable world, or worlds.
Batrogue says, just got back from work. So great to see you've already beaten your goal. Great work, everyone. Yeah, again, I know I've been ad repeated in this the whole stream. I cannot thank you all enough. Like, I'm so happy to have this many people in the Metroid community supporting a wonderful cause, and we're just happy to have you all here and to have fun with all you guys. Locke says, I wonder if the Aurora units will play a part in Prime 4. I don't think so. I think that was just kind of a one and done for Prime 3.
Probably.
I don't think, honestly, I'd be shocked if the only way I could see them ever getting referenced is if, like, there's a logbook entry referencing the events of Prime 3. Otherwise, I don't think we hear a peep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a one and done thing, even though I'd like to see them come back in some capacity. Instead of it just being...
I agree. I think they're a great world-building element. I especially would... If they do, in fact, bring back that mother-brain connection, I would really like to see that built upon. But, again, I'm not expecting that. Forrest Hoku says, just tuning in. We in Skytown. That is correct. We are in... Yeah, we just started off Skytown. I was about to say we haven't fought any bosses yet. That's not true. We did fight the Steam Lord as a mini-boss, so that we're approaching our first real boss in just a little bit.
Yep.
So, yeah, we're
another difficult part of the game, or another difficult boss, depending, for whatever reason.
Yeah, this is definitely one where you really do have to start getting good with the lock-on free aim.
Also, fun fact, another thing I learned from a Bash Prime randomizer is that the screw attack just annihilates the defense drone. It just one-shots that thing almost.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that definitely sounds preferable to the actual fight. Although I will say it's a tedious fight, but I think it's also a really good fight. Unlike Mogadar, where I just think that fight is tedious and boring. So, Defense Drone, I'm definitely a little bit more lenient on. Corvus Bolt says Shock Coil will definitely be a tracking weapon. Honestly, yeah, they did a fantastic job on Hunters considering the limitations. There is genuinely like so much cool stuff in Hunters. I replayed that in 2022, I want to say, and there is so much detail put into some of those environments. There's this one room in Vesper Defense Outpost where you collect the Battle Hammer. There's this morph ball tunnel that you go around where it literally goes into the it stretches into the outside of the station. You can see like all of the ice and the debris circling around it, and then in the center you see this gooey organic looking brain structure in this busted jar that's like spinning around, and it's like it looks so awesome. And all of that is happening on like the little Nintendo DS console.
Little DS that could.
Like, yeah, God, Hunters has such a cool art direction. That's another reason why I'm a little peeved about Federation Force. It's like, Mike, you're on the 3DS. Compared to the DS, that's a substantial upgrade, and yet, man, that art direction just has zero sauce. And then you look at Hunters and everything that they did with that, and it's such a night and day difference.
Like, the highs of Hunters are just like, that's the kind of quality and the stuff that I expect from a Metroid Prime game, but then there's things like you fight the same two bosses 4 times each, and not that many power-ups, among other things.
Yeah, and then that's where those time constraints show, unfortunately.
Yeah, like people talk about like a Super Metroid Fusion remake or whatever. I'm saying of all the Metroid games, I think Hunters like deserves a remake of some kind, because there's some cool stuff in there that we'll never see again.
I think at the very least I'd be down for like a remaster of Hunters, and then maybe like I don't know if I want to see a sequel down the line. I think you could incorporate a lot of that into like a mainline Metroid Prime game. But rip Samus.
Yeah, I know. Like the Orpheon over on YouTube has also made a video about Prime Hunt, like that exact same topic, and it's just like, considering the resources for making a remake, just make a sequel or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because like if to properly remake Hunters, they just have to like improve and just expand on so much stuff, because a proper make it like upgrade it from, not only remake it, but upgrade it quote unquote from spin-off to like full game status. Like majorly expand the areas, a lot more new upgrades and associated environmental stuff to go with it, among a whole bunch of other things. I was making a whole new game.
And I think at that point, if you're adding that much more of the traditional Metroid elements in, I think at that point you may as well just make that another mainline Metroid Prime game.
Yeah.
Torvis says, or no, Locke says the Vesper Brain threw me for a loop as a kid. Yeah, definitely. It just kind of comes out of nowhere, but it's such a cool world building element. And then Torvis says, I love the Alanos theme. I think it's so refreshing to have a magma world have a somber tone. I agree. I really love the Alanos theme. I think my favorite tracks of that game though come from Celestial Archives though. Those all the Celestial music is my favorite. The beginning, which kind of has some leitmotifs referencing the landing site from Prime 2. Then you have the secondary theme, which just has this beautiful melodic structure. I think it's a criminally underrated track in the Metroid series. And then, we're about to fight the defense drone right now. Or you probably already are by the time my voice will come through, since I'm seeing this late.
Yeah.
And then the final section when you do your second trip, when you're on the outside and you're jumping through space. I kind of love the more environmental ambient structure. You can hear like all the little creaks throughout the space station as it's breaking apart. Love all that. Forrest Hoku says, I would love to see Speed Booster make an appearance in Beyond. 100% agree. Perhaps not where you get faster, but enemies and weapons get slower. That's where I disagree. Could be a limited time thing that you can upgrade and lengthen. I definitely, so Samus Returns kind of had something like that with the phase shift ability, where rather it was kind of a replacement for the speed booster, where instead of you going faster, everything else around you slowed down, and I much prefer the speed booster, because I think what makes the speed booster work for me so well, it's not just that you're going fast, it's all of the momentum-based mechanics that are attached to it, and there's something so satisfying. It's why I love racing games so much. There's something
Are you kidding
incredibly
me?
Satisfying. Huh? Oh.
Look at his health.
The boss.
Look at his health.
Oh.
There,
Oh, man, you were
literally one shot away.
Now I just got to it. But I was just gonna say the thing that makes the speed booster like work so well for me and racing games in general, I love. It's not just about going fast; it's about going fast while also keeping your momentum in a handful of tough pressure situations. That's what makes the speed booster so satisfying to use for me, and what makes it so fun to see in action. Torvis is in chat right now. You should check out some of her gameplay clips. Like, she has an absolutely insane speed booster game in Metroid Dread, and so many incredible routes taken. And watching those routes and knowing how precise some of those inputs have to be is like what makes both playing and just watching it in action work so well for me. So I definitely would not want. If the speed booster did come back in Prime 4, I definitely wouldn't want it to just be everything else around you slows down, because for me, at least, that kind of defeats the whole point of the speed booster.
Okay, that reminds me of a fun fact from another one of the Kiwi Talk Retro Studios interviews, where apparently they did attempt to put the speed booster in Metroid Prime 1, but due to time constraints and also just they couldn't figure out the fact that it gave plenty of people in Japan, at the very least, motion sickness, which in general, Prime does have a motion sickness issue that at least a friend of mine said that he dealt with when I let him borrow the trilogy. As well as Maximilian Dude over on Twitch and YouTube, he also had motion sickness stuff going on. But so mainly for that,
especially with the thermal visor, I remember that playthrough.
Mainly for that reason, the speed booster was not implemented. However, as a result of the speed booster not being able to work, they made the boost balls a sort of in between.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Forrest brings that up. I'm just worried that first person might not gel with it and make people throw up. So that's the thing. I think you could do a first person speed booster personally. I think Destiny 2 actually.
I was about to say
something relatively similar, and I think that works pretty well in first person. At the same time, though, with our modern camera systems, I think that's an example where you could actually pull the camera out to third person. Which I think would also be a lot easier, not just to reduce the motion sickness, but also just provide a much wider POV, which might make navigating with the speed booster a bit easier, depending on how fast it goes. So I definitely think there's ways to do it, but That's my preferred way to implement the speed booster. I also don't need the speed booster in Prime 4, and I'm trying not to go in with that expectation because we have had 3 incredible Metroid games that have no speed booster in sight. So we can have another one that also doesn't have a speed booster.
Just of all the classic power-ups that have not been in a Prime game, the speed booster is definitely one that I would like to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's my all-time favorite upgrade in the Metroid series. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
like I just flashed it to be a close second.
The better. Yeah, and Other M is really the only kind of only 3D speed booster we've gotten, which I think is, you know, a decent first step. But you know, like I was saying earlier, you know, I really like being able to, you know, to chain my momentum together with the speed booster. That's what really makes it work for me, and you can't really do that in Other M. It kind of functions more like how it did in Super, where it's kind of, you know, you got one path to do, but you can't really chain it on surfaces and jumps and stuff like that. You really only get one shot to kind of put your boost into another place.
Even then, Super Metroid, there are plenty of instances where you can shine spark and do all sorts of creative stuff with it if you know what you're doing. As well as Other M, where it's like other than like 2 instances, you have to use Speed Boost and Shine Spark when the game wants you and how it wants you to use it.
Yeah. And again, I think for that game it works really well, and especially as a very first attempt at a 3D speed booster, you know, I think it knocks it out of the park. I also just really like the sound design of the speed booster in Other M. I like that. I love the kind of the train chugging noises that Samus's feet make when she's running.
Yeah,
it sounds so awesome.
You know, I talked about this stuff though. The speed booster implementation in Other M is pretty cool, but at some level it's kind of like one of my issues, quote unquote, where it's like this. The term I'm going to use for this is kind of crude, but most quality-wise, on some level, you can expect from Other M outside of aesthetical things that are kind of subjective is like half-assed is the best you can expect, because it's like combat is like they try to make a character action-like, but there's no combos or anything like that. In the speed booster, space jump, screw attack, it's like those are the 2 powers I would most want to see in the 3D space. See how they would work. It's like considering how ridiculous speed booster puzzles at the very least can be in 2D, with a Z-axis to work with, what could they do? Well, not much, because it's kind of like it's a 3D space, but on some level it's like the same kind of 2D usage of the speed booster, despite the Z-axis being available to you. So, and then of course there's the space jump, where it's just a super double jump instead of what we'd expect from the 2D games. So it's just like you had an opportunity and they just didn't bother, or it's like they figure you might sequence break if you could do that kind of thing, and they didn't want to risk that, I guess, but that's just my conjecture. It's cool to be sure, and I would like another attempt, but who knows what will happen.
Absolutely. Locke says that first scene when you land on Arctera is hauntingly beautiful. The environmental sound effects, like Samus's footsteps in the snow, complement it perfectly. I agree. Hunters has some really good ambient tracks in general. Oh, we're getting our first look at Corrupted Gore here, who actually just gets absolutely bodied in this opening cutscene, not gonna lie.
I guess I can do that a tangent right now. Like, do you have any sort of quote-unquote one fear with Metroid Prime 4 outside of some sort of like, oh, I hope the game's good, hope it sells enough, because that's kind of obvious stuff, because on some level my quote-unquote one fear, I don't know if they'll do this or not, but it's like, I've made this point before, at least off-stream, Samus has beaten Silex before with like various power beam and missiles, low end of her arsenal, and Silex even called his gunship halfway through, and Samus still beat him. And he seems like a major antagonistic force, but a one where Samus can beat him, even with what she starts out with in Prime 4, seemingly. So, how will he be a threat? I don't know. But I'm hoping they don't do some sort of like Worf effect on Samus to make her seem incompetent out of nowhere just to prop up Silex as a believable villain. But I don't think they'll do that, considering how cool and capable she is.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I don't think they're gonna make Samus look incompetent. I think they're gonna buff up Silex quite a bit in this game. So I'm definitely not worried about that at all. I guess my 2 quote unquote fears of this game is, I guess, one related to Silex. I hope they don't mess up Silex's backstory. And in particular, I've talked about this. I hope he doesn't take the mask off. I hope the entire game he keeps that mask on. He can talk as much as he wants, and I think he will talk, but I don't want an unmasking scene. I don't want like, oh, I've been this important character in your life all along. I don't want any of that. I want Samus to be a cool, unique, original character that's able to stand on his own.
If Silex is some sort of evil version of Samus involved in the future, I'm gonna cringe so hard. Like, please don't do some sort of maximum clone-ish hoopla from Spider-Man or not something. Because if it is gonna be about time travel, that can be a dangerous road to go down. Even though it's kind of only a matter of time for me with Metroid, because it's like sci-fi series, time travel is a pretty staple of that genre. Multiple Nintendo franchises have done it. I mean, the phase drift has time manipulation in it, so it's not like it's unprecedented. But granted,
that's a bit different though. That's not really time manipulation in a lore sense. This is probably going to be the first time though, yeah, where we see like time manipulation play a huge role in the story.
Potentially. Like, if there is any way for Silex to be a threat, I'm assuming it's going to be like they're looking for some MacGuffin or alien artifact in the station. And like, if there's some boss fight with Silex at the end of the tutorial, at some point during the fight, it'll be interrupted with the pirates getting the artifact they're looking for and using it, and then Samus just can't deal with it. Or something will go horribly wrong, and no one will know what's going on, and they'll all be maybe flung into the past, or who knows.
But yeah, that's my first one. And my second one is actually a bit less of a worry now as I've gotten used to it, but I've been burned by some of the more recent Metroid games, so I still have to point it out, man. I need Prime 4 to have a stellar soundtrack. It has been so long since we've gotten a true. I did not realize until Metroid Dread how much I took for granted incredible Metroid music, and I did, because like it used to be just commonplace, and then Dread kind of made me realize, no, actually, like, yeah, obviously, like, it, you know, this stuff takes a lot of work. It's not easy to make. And I'm sure Prime 4's is going to be better than Dread's from what we've heard so far, but I can't just have a good soundtrack. I need Prime 4's music is the one exception where it's like, no, I need this soundtrack to be like a 9 out of 10 at minimum. I don't think I'll be able to accept anything lower than that, if I'm being honest. I would also preferably like to see them lean more into Metroid's roots, started by Hirokazu Tanaka, where the music is an extension of the environment. We haven't really seen that yet, but also like that opening sequence is very much emulating the Prime 3 opening, which doesn't seem like it's going to be like that the whole game. And so I think that more neoclassical cinematic experience makes sense for that little opening segment of the game that we saw. And the Silex guitar riff also sounds cool as hell, regardless of, you know, what my preferred Metroid sound is. Like, that just sounds awesome. So no complaints there from me. And I also am starting to dig the that new take on the Space Pirate theme that we saw in that demo as well. But
of course, who knows if that's actually going to be the actual combat theme, but we'll see.
I think I do wonder if there's going to be multiple Space Pirate themes, because Federation Force has like 3 or 4 different variations of the Space Pirate battle theme throughout the game.
Doesn't Fed Force have like 200 something songs in there?
It has over 200. It has a ridiculous amount. It has too much music, honestly.
It is definitely one of
that soundtrack is.
It is definitely one of the soundtracks of all time.
Yeah, that is correct.
I've listened to. I tried to skim through some of the soundtracks on YouTube, and I'm just like, the main theme sticks out to me. There's this one combat theme for, I think it plays in several stages that I remember vaguely, but that's basically it.
But yeah, from what we've heard so far in Prime 4, I like what I'm hearing. But my thing is, I need to hear something gooey, gross, and organic. You know, if I hear that Invaders synth patch, that's when I'll know, like, okay, Prime 4, we're in good hands now. For those who don't know what the Invaders patch is, that's that squishy organic sound that plays like at the beginning of the Prime 1 title theme, and it's reused in a lot of the music throughout the trilogy. You'll also hear it in the Xeno Research Lab sequence that will not next, because we're about to fight we're about to fight Gore next, but just a bit later on, once on our return trip to Elysia, you'll be able to hear that synth patch when that music comes in.
I don't remember if this is the same here, but I think they get the ship alert. If you wait too long, I think Gore's ship blows up your ship and you lose. I think that's what happens.
Oh, I never knew that.
I think so. I don't remember, because at the very least, it was like, you know, in the tutorial segment that you can hear Aurora Unit 217, like 242 counting down. It's just like meteor impact in 3 minutes. That is not fake. That is an actual timer you can't see going on. If you wait too long, you just die.
That I know about. I have seen that happen before, which I think is really interesting. I never knew Gore could actually destroy your ship, though.
I think that's what I heard. I think so. I never let it happen, because I wouldn't let that happen to me, though.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the timers in this game are pretty forgiving.
You saw I just got like 2 ship alerts in a row, so I got here pretty quick, quote unquote. And there he is. He's beating it up.
Yeah. Yeah, we actually have we actually had a lot of action going on in the chat while we were talking there, so I got a bit of chats to catch up on.
The boss fight's gonna start.
Yeah, just pounding it.
I mean, considering Samus can like throw the Vorash around another round, I'm thinking when Gore throws a ship, can Samus just stop it and throw it back?
Okay, let's see. Torvis says, I don't know if I have the runs in public at the moment, but I'm low-key good with Dread Speed Booster. Yeah, you are, Torvis. You're kind of nuts with the Speed Booster. Definitely, I would recommend checking out, Torvis, if you don't have those clips posted publicly yet, please do, because, my God, chat, you got to check out some of her stuff. It's incredible. Like, your jaw will actually drop seeing some of those Speed Boost lines. And then, yeah, I don't need the Speed Booster and Beyond either, but if they make it work, I'm down. That's pretty much where I'm at, too.
Hey, dude, did you know you can freeze the fuel gel here?
I did not know that, actually.
Yeah, when this guy rushes at you, he'll slip on it.
Oh, that's a really cool detail. I've never tried that before.
There he goes. There he goes.
I still have a few seconds to catch up. Oh wow! Okay, yeah. I had no idea you could do that.
You know, there's a point where I'm like, this has to be here for a reason. So what's it for? And then he gets rid of it after this phase, so you can't use this anymore. Like, it has to be here for a reason. What's it for? And I just didn't bother to freeze it.
Yeah, I just assumed it was like a stage hazard for that first portion. But
yeah, but
that's a really cool little detail there.
You say it's a stage hazard, but it's like, then why would he get rid of it?
Yeah, I guess.
Hey,
that just never occurred to me. Let's see. Locke says, I'm a proud member of the Phase Drift gang. That in Prime would be mint. I mean, hey, I'm glad you like it. I mean, I don't think it's a bad upgrade by any means, but just in general, like, it doesn't scratch that speed booster itch for me. But I think if it's its own unique item, it's fine. Torvis says, Speed Booster in Metroid, in my opinion, goes like Dread number 1, Super number 2, Fusion number 3, Zero Mission number 4, and then Other End and last. For me, I think the way I'd rank it, I think Dread and Zero Mission are pretty tied for me in the Speed Booster department. Followed by Fusion, then Super, and then Other End.
Dread, to me, is like far and away the best speed booster usage, just because you can jump, you can like, the fact that you can just maintain it after you jump is massive. And on top of that, you can slide, you can wall jump, you can morph ball, you can ball spark. It's like the best, hands down, in Puzzles Reflect, being able to do all this new stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So I totally agree, and that's why I love the Dread Speed Booster so much. And hi there, Andy. Welcome to the chat.
Hello. How are you guys?
Fine so
Pretty
far.
good. We just defeated Gore, got our plasma beam now, and so
Nice.
I believe our next item is going to be the screw attack on Brio, unless I'm misremembering.
Yeah, that is next.
All right. Yeah, I love Ice Brio. Such a cool little concealed area. I wish we got a little bit more of it, but for what we do get, it's a really nice area. But yeah.
Man,
Sorry,
great run that
anything
you're
cut
putting
you
on
off.
here, Griff. I was just gonna say you're kicking butt here, buddy. Doing a great job. And man, I had some things I was doing this morning, but I come back and we've crushed our donation goal. I mean, wow, that's what what an unbelievable morning already.
Yeah, starting the morning off right, if you ask me.
Yeah, totally. Cool stuff.
But yeah, going back to the speed booster for a bit though. Yeah, pretty much everything you said there, I agree. Is why I love the dread speed booster so much. Like you have so many opportunities to chain your momentum together in ways that just feel like they make sense. I especially love that you can chain it together after a jump, and that you can go in and out of morph ball. You can slide into it. Like there's just so much cool stuff that you can do that. Zero Mission though, the reason why I love that one so much is actually weirdly because of its limitations. And like I know the Fusion, all the other ones have everything has a limitation compared to the Dread Speed Booster as well, but like I feel like Zero Mission, at least to me, it has that perfect mix of like limitation and practicality for that momentum chaining. And at least for me, like some of the stuff you can do with Zero Mission Speed Booster with its limitations just feels incredibly satisfying. Especially some of the unintended shortcuts or ways to get items faster. I just have a lot of fun using the speed booster and Zero Mission, even with those limitations.
This Shriek Bat it just moves up and down. It doesn't really, the model itself doesn't really move a whole lot, like not animation wise. It just kind of tilts up and down.
I mean, for what it is, it's pretty effective. I mean, you really can't tell unless you're zooming in on it like that.
Yeah.
The life of a Shriek Bat, up and down, up and down.
Kind of a miserable existence.
He's
You're either
vibing.
hanging on a ceiling or you're dive bombing, and you're not gonna live.
Yeah, I want to go through some more of these chats since we're a little bit behind, since we had a lot of action going in there during our discussion. So I want to catch up, and I want to make sure that we get to everyone's responses here. Torvis says Silex should remain masked until potential Prime 5 at least. I think I agree with that. I think I'd prefer him to be permanently masked, but I'd be fine if we at least got Prime 4 with him being permanently masked.
I kind of think that Silex should be, like, you could unmask him, but don't make him anybody that we know. You know, just have him like an alien race or something.
Yeah, please.
I think that'd be cool.
I agree.
I think if he's like an alien, I think I'd be fine with that. I don't want to see like a human face behind that. Like,
yeah,
humanoid.
totally.
He can be humanoid, but I don't want like an actual human behind the mask.
I mean, if
I want to meet Samus's brother in a different way, rather than through Silex.
That would be like worst case scenario.
I mean, if Silex is an alien species of some kind and he reveals why he hates the Federation, it can give us a different glimpse at the galaxy overall and the Federation that we didn't know about before, as opposed if he was human and he's just some disgruntled employee.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then Locke says, my only fear is the ship being written out. Even if it's one planet, I'd love to fly to different continents that expand into their own interconnected Talon Ether biomes. And again, like, if I was doing Metroid Prime 4, I would absolutely expand the ship functionality in that game, because that's one of my favorite things about Prime 3, and that's something that, I would love, I want to see more of, because I think Prime 3 is barely scratching the surface on the potential there. That being said, though, I'm not going in with those expectations. I've played 2 phenomenal Metroid Prime games with limited ship functionality. One of them, which is my favorite game of all time. And so if Prime 4 doesn't have that, hey, you know what? I'm sure it's still going to be a phenomenal game at the end of the day.
I agree. Like, I think that there's something cool about hopping from planet to planet, but there is kind of something about just being immersed in like one kind of dangerous, deadly planet and going deeper and deeper and deeper into that planet, I think as well. So it's kind of like there's pros and cons to both, but I do hope that you can use the ship more in Prime 4. I'd love to see that expanded, because it was almost like a proof of concept in Prime 3. Like, you really didn't use a ton of it.
Yeah, you primarily use it for the landing zones. You use a little bit for the missiles at the beginning, and then there's some really interesting ship grapple puzzles. Particularly when you're doing the 100% sweep. You don't get really a lot of them in the main game, with exception to the Theronium bomb. So I would definitely love to see more upgrades of that nature that are just kind of naturally integrated in the game, as well as the really cool, you know, kind of victory lap puzzles that you get. Let's see. Forrest agrees, would love to see active ship piloting. Oh, actually, that's a bit differently. That's active ship piloting, not like ship upgrades. That's something I don't need to see, but I actually think that would be cool to see in a Metroid game in the future. That's not necessarily I'm expecting or need in Prime 4, but I agree. I think there's potential there in the future at least.
Oh, you can't have Samus fly her ship. That's what Star Fox is for.
You know, I was gonna say, like, that reminds me of Star Fox Assault, actually, which is a really cool concept for a game. It kind of had its warts on the GameCube, but I thought that it was, like, a really intriguing, you know, concept. And I think that you could do worse. And I don't know if a Prime game is the right spot to do that. And to be honest, I don't know if a 2D game is the right spot to do that either. Like, that would have fit perfectly in Other M, you know, where you could just have, like, ship battles with people.
Like,
Yeah, maybe like on the outside of the bottle ship.
Yeah, I don't know, something like that. Or the type of game that Other M was, where it's like kind of, it's not 2D, it's not Prime, somewhere in the middle.
Also have a lot more action focus, so I think like having like direct ship combat would maybe integrate more into that.
Yeah.
Like, also side tangent. I love Star Fox Assault, and I've heard some people are like, "Oh, I don't know where it came from, but like a remaster HD for Switch or something like that." I'm just like, go for it. The soundtrack alone is worth it. It's incredible.
Oh yeah, the Assault soundtrack is phenomenal.
I think it's a really great game for what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like Assault. They're really up until honestly, I think the only Star Fox game I actively dislike is Zero, and even then, that's mostly due to like the wild control scheme that they did for that game.
Well,
I think the game itself, it's uninspired, but it's fun. It's fine to play.
What I played as Zero, I like the controls, and it's just not necessarily a fan of the fact that it's Star Fox 64 again.
Yeah. That's kind of the thing with Star Fox. They've been chasing the 64 Dragon since 1997, you know? I mean, like, really, they have, like, and they're trying to overthink everything, and it's like, just make a cool new game with a bunch of new levels, basically like Star Fox 64, but, you know, with different, I don't know, different quality of life, multiplayer, stuff like that. It shouldn't be that hard to make, but just haven't quite got it yet. And Zero is the only Star Fox game I've actually never played, because it didn't look, maybe up to the caliber of some of the other games.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's fine. It's certainly, I don't think it's a bad game. Like, I think it's overhated in that regard, but like, it's very uninspired in that regard. And the controls are, at least for me, are a bit wonky, but I mean, you're also talking to the guy that somehow knows how to play Metroid Prime Hunters on an original DS, so take that for what you will.
Indeed. No, I'm with you. I was practicing Metroid Blast with Sam, and she had never held a gamepad or a Wiimote before. And she was like, "What the heck is this? Like, what do we do?" So I can only imagine what Star Fox Zero was like.
Yeah, definitely not a beginner-friendly game in that regard.
No.
Like, Star Fox as a franchise is apparently like Star Fox 64, Zelda Light. What would you consider Star Fox Assault?
It's kind of like an action game, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was kind of inspired by both Assault and Smash Brothers, because you know you actually have a playable fox in that game, and so I think they kind of wanted to combine, like, you know, the vehicle combat of, you know, the traditional Star Fox games with like more on foot combat.
Yeah.
I think for the most part it works. Like, it's definitely, like, it shows its age. It's not perfect, but like, you know, I think it's a great game, great package. I would absolutely recommend it to most people, especially like if you're a fan of that GameCube era. Like, I think this is like one of the must-play titles.
For what I remember, I think that what was it? Star Fox 64 actually, its multiplayer had you actually are able to get out of your ship and run around on foot, or that was like a mode specifically for that. And Assault is just, you know, you can do both at whenever you want.
Played 64 multiplayer, so yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I haven't heard of
I don't remember that, to be honest. But
I just remember seeing
believe
gameplay of it, so I think I say that now. If whatever
I love your me, by the way.
Yeah.
We're all me bobblehead enjoyers here.
Just 10 out of 10.
I'm talking about the Starbucks 64 thing. For whatever reason, I'm thinking, like, the pop in my head is maybe I saw beta footage, but I doubt it. And then for whatever reason, I remembered that there was some beta footage or image of like, her Donkey Kong 64, where apparently DK at first didn't have a coconut gun. He just had a double-barrel shotgun.
I do remember that, yes.
And Nintendo was told them, you get that out of there, you change that right now.
I mean, I'd rather have a coconut gun, to be fair, as well.
I mean, it fires in spurts, and if he shoots you, it's gonna hurt.
Let's keep these comments going here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. Mega Blade. I hope Samus doesn't lose as many abilities at the start of the game. You know what? I'm okay with her losing abilities, to be honest. I feel like it's fine. Like, maybe not the double jump and the missiles, but, like, the rest of the stuff, like... Okay, I think Prime 3 is a good template for that, actually.
Yeah, cause, well, in Prime 3, she doesn't really lose her items. She just kind of starts off with, like, both your basic kit and then a couple of bonuses. Like, you keep your space jump, you keep your charge beam. You weirdly still have to collect missiles, which feels kind of unnecessary, but yeah, otherwise you still got the basics of your kit for the most part.
Yeah.
And
Prime 3 and Hunters are the two games where you start with abilities and don't lose anything, unless you count Metroid 2, where you start with missiles and Morph Ball.
Yeah, I do wonder if you know, that Silex scene that we see kind of near the end of that 4 trailer. I do wonder if that's the point where we lose our abilities. But then again, like, you know, Samus gets bodied by Dark Samus in the intro, and she doesn't lose any of her abilities there, so who knows?
I mean, Samus doesn't have a whole lot of things to lose. And if that end part, which is in a forest, is right after the tutorial, she still has Varia suit on. So what's she have to lose?
I was about to say, she can't lose her parents again, so... Locke says, I suppose what I look forward to the most is the setting. BSL changed over the course of Fusion. I'd like to see something like that on a larger scale. Locke, I 100% agree. That's actually probably my favorite aspect of Fusion is, you know, those continuously evolving environments and how they constantly change throughout the course of the story. Dread also does it a little bit as well, but I think Fusion is like the best example of that. Even like the main deck, the hub area, you know, has my favorite sequence of the game just because of like how it forces you to literally cut through, like, you know, the internals of the ship because of all the vine overgrowth. Like, that's like, it's such a cool sequence, and I totally agree. I would love to see stuff like that on the scale of a 3D Metroid game, and I don't think that's impossible. We kind of see that in Prime 3 as well, to a degree.
Yeah.
We see different enemy placement. We don't really see the rooms themselves change that much, but we see like enemy placements and new equipment setup that wasn't there before, that creates new fight sequences and forces us to use different abilities. So Prime 4, you know, we're looking at, you know, a nearly 20-year difference here. I actually think that's fairly reasonable.
I have a caveat for that, though, because this drives me nuts about Metroid Fusion. The map has to be updated to show you that the route is no longer accessible. Because Metroid Fusion does not do that.
That's so right, yes.
You can do it, but golly, please update that map. And here we go, we have got... Oh, look at that. Oh! Got the screw attack. Beautiful.
I love, like, people have their issues with the screw attack in the Prime series, but I love the screw attack in these games.
Yeah, I think Prime 3's screw attack in particular adds just enough quality of life overs 2's where I really enjoy. In spite of, like, obviously I much prefer the 2D screw attack and its more offensive capabilities, but I don't know, I still think it's fun doing the third-person wall jumps, and I like that you can still chain another screw attack after finishing the wall jump, which you were not able to do in 2. So yeah, let's continue reading some of these comments as well. Spire fan asks, how can Silex be a big threat? Tune in Sunday. Hey, that's right, Spire. That's very right. You're going to see myself, Spire. Yeah, you're going to see us, Spire, that Metroid guy, and our very own Dakota Latsky duking it out in Metroid Prime Hunters. We were doing a test run of that game a few days ago, and we were just having so much fun revisiting that. So yeah, I'm so excited for that on Sunday. I hope you guys have fun watching us as well.
You know, I was there for the test run, And as someone that was never like that big into Hunter's multiplayer, like seeing some of those levels, it was the first time I'd seen them since like 2006, and it was almost like I forgot that they were basically there, you know? Like it was really, really cool and just different to see. So I'm actually like really stoked about that as well, just especially with Spire to see, you know, what you can teach us about some of the tricks and whatnot.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some stuff behind the scenes, so I know he's gonna pull up for sure. And he's gonna teach us a thing or two. Let's see. Torvis says Dread
That's a
soundtrack
spicy take.
Dread soundtrack is better when you listen to it outside of the game, in my opinion, but Prime sounds so good inside the game as well. I definitely don't agree with it, but I'm happy that there are others that do feel that way and do get that kind of enjoyment out of Dread's soundtrack, regardless.
I actually kind of go the opposite way. I think it sounds good, like while you're in game, like not overpowering or I guess memorable for lack of a better term, but like it doesn't sound bad. But listening to it on its own, I don't know if it's got that same, I don't know, like captiveness that some of the other tracks have. And to be fair, like that sometimes that just takes time, but yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I've already talked in length about my thoughts of the Dread soundtracks in the podcast, so I'm not going to go into it here. I want to keep this stream positive, and also I want to get some more of these comments as well. So if you want to hear my
is he certified?
So if you want to hear my thoughts.
Go ahead.
I'll let you go, Griff. Sorry.
As a certified Metroid Dread OST enjoyer, I definitely understand why people didn't like it or didn't feel it was what they wanted in a Metroid soundtrack, so I understand that. I'd say it's a good overall, at the very least. But if people don't like it, I understand that. However...
I think I agree with that.
However, at the very least, the fact that every single person who's ever made a video on Metroid Dread has said that the soundtrack is, like, terrible or whatever, I'm just like... Huh? Like... It seems a bit over-hated on to me.
I think I would agree with that. I think it's about as good as Samus Returns soundtrack.
I mean, it's definitely not a Nothing Burger soundtrack like Federation Force had.
Yeah, to me, I don't know. Like, to me, Samus Returns has the same lows that Dread does, but it also has some pretty exceptional highs, so I definitely would rate Samus Returns significantly higher. I mean, you know, Metroid Dread doesn't have a Chozo Laboratory, you know? It doesn't have that incredible Torian theme, which I swear, every time I listen to that, I swear I put it up one higher on my definitive Metroid song ranking every time I listen to that. You know, it doesn't have a surface theme. It doesn't have. I think an area theme. I understand if maybe it's forgettable to most people. I really like the main Area 3 theme a lot. I like how it recontextualizes some of those chiptune elements from Metroid 2, but then starts reincorporating these really interesting original melodies into it. But I also totally understand why Area 3 might not be everyone's cup of tea.
Area 3 is like the worst area in the game.
I mean, like as a area in general, I'd probably agree. I'll be honest with you, I can't remember the Area 3 soundtrack, which I mean, like, it's funny since I've played a lot of Samus Returns lately, and in fact I'm playing it tomorrow. So I guess we'll see.
I was about to say you'll find out very soon.
Yeah.
At the very least, Samus Returns does have arguably like the best version of the Lord Brinstar theme.
I still think Super Metroid is my favorite.
Yeah, I'm a Super Metroid purist.
Yeah. The Samus Returns version is very good though.
Okay, then where would you rank them all?
All right.
Like the 4 times it's appeared.
It just auto-scrolled for me. Let me go back so that I can read some of those comments. Okay, here we go. Torvis asks Spire fan, who are you playing as on Sunday? He says Captain Falcon.
Show me your moves.
Let's see. Forrest says, just take some of the excess tracks from Federation Force and put it in Beyond. Please don't do that. Actually, that I am not in favor of that.
Whoa! Hold up. The main Federation Force theme is actually kind of good. I will say that. I think it's a good theme. The rest of them,
I don't hate it. And again, I think there's a few gems in the Federation Force soundtrack that I do really enjoy, but like we're talking like 3 or 4 out of 200 plus pieces of music.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
So Federation
Let's
Force's
see.
soundtrack is like 0.5% good.
I mean, it's better than 0% good. You know, let's at least give it that.
Yeah, I will say the composers who worked on that game, I generally like their work. I think Federation Force is just kind of, you know, the exception, not the rule. Because
Yeah.
that trio, what is it? Chad York. I remember Chad York. I can't remember. There's Darren Ratke, and I can't remember the third person's name. But yeah, they've been doing next level soundtracks since, like, you know, the original Mario Strikers era, and I generally love their music. You know, as much as I don't like Battle League, the soundtrack they did for that game is wonderful. The Luigi's Mansion soundtracks they did are great. The Punch Out soundtrack is I think the Punch Out soundtrack might be my favorites they did for the Wii. Like, that's such a good score that they all did together for that. But yeah, Federation Force, you know, just kind of a fluke. You can't win them all.
Wasn't Kenji Yamamoto involved in some way, or was he just a special thanks?
I think he was just a special thanks because they used they did a couple of covers of the Space Pirate music, so I think he was just special thanks, just as a compositional credit.
The theme on Excelsior is also pretty darn close to the Phendrana theme. It's not quite the same, but it uses maybe Doom, you can correct me, but I think he uses a lot of the same like instrumentations, just in a different way. So it's not quite a remix, but it doesn't sound too far off either.
All the Prime areas are apparently just Phendrana adjacent.
It.
Yeah.
Let's see. Forrest says, but yeah, need that organic synth to return. I'm honestly kind of split on the more choral direction they went. I think it's too early to say at the moment, because we've really only heard like that kind of operatic sounding choral in the in kind of the Spawn theme when Samus comes out of the ship. Like we do hear some more choirs during that Silex guitar riff, but I mean, choirs is just kind of a staple of Metroid at this point. That isn't really a new thing. I wasn't sure how to feel about it at first, and it actually has kind of grown on me since then. That being said, yes, I do hope we do get some more squishy, gross, and organic sounds in that Prime 4 soundtrack. But I like what I'm hearing so far.
Yeah, talk about chorus stuff. Since we both, I believe, have listened to plenty of Halo music, would you say that they at least use chorus the same in some situations, or?
I think Halo uses choral a bit differently because it's very inspired by Gregorian monk chants, especially in like the main Halo theme. Which by the way, Andy, you want to talk about iconic video game music? There's an example of an iconic video game theme right there. But I digress. But yeah, I would say Halo and Metroid use choirs a bit differently for the most part. Because I don't really know what you would, because most of the Metroid choirs, you know, they're very alien sounding. You know, a lot of those choir parts are played on digitized instruments, and they're played in very similar frequencies to the surrounding instruments. And so what you get as a result is you get a choir that, rather than sounding fake and electronic, it ends up sounding otherworldly and alien, which I think is really cool and unique to Metroid. Whereas Halo isn't really going for that in their choirs. You know, it's very Gregorian. It's kind of giving off this feeling of like, you know, ancient in the past, which makes sense for like the Forerunners, which is kind of that sci-fi extinct ancient race. And so that's kind of what I think what the choirs are going for in the Halo soundtrack, which is great in its own right.
But how the chorus kind of acts for the Chozo stuff too, considering they're pretty ancient, advanced alien race too.
Yeah, absolutely. But even in the Chozo themes, a lot of those digitized choirs are still trying to sound very alien. So I think they're going for a couple of different things. And I think they work very well for each of the series.
Been a minute since I played Halo, but I do remember seeing it at Video Game Lives and thinking that, or Video Game Live rather, and thinking that it was really cool.
Yeah, I love most of the Halo soundtracks.
What are the similarities are to the songs?
I think some of the stuff from the newer games is kind of underrated. Infinite soundtrack I think is a little bit weak, but I actually really like some of the new stuff they tried with 4 and 5.
Halo's definitely a franchise. When I'm out of the game, the soundtrack is always good.
Yeah.
Kind of like Sonic, I guess. Plenty of
I was about to
stinkers.
say Sonic is a great example.
Plenty
of that,
of stinkers,
actually.
but the soundtracks are always good. Somehow.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Not to take us on a tangent here, but I feel like Halo's kind of like, not dissimilar from Metroid Prime 3 in particular. Anytime we talk about Halo, guys, I'm always just like, man, what happened to this franchise? Like, I feel like Halo should be one of the biggest franchises in the world, like it was back in the early 2000s, and it just isn't. Like, I feel like Halo should be Call of Duty, and it's not even close right now, and kind of going actively the opposite direction.
I mean, Microsoft. I know that Microsoft is like, Halo 3 sold like 14-something million copies, which is ridiculous back then. But then 2 weeks later, Modern Warfare 4, Call of Duty 4 came out, and that sold 18 million copies. Despite being multi-platform, the suits didn't really care, and they're just like, I want big number, do the Call of Duty thing, and then they started to chase trends and make them, among other things.
It's too bad.
So, but even then, like Halo Infinite, I think tried to go back to basics, but even then, I think that game missed the mark by quite a wide margin, at least in the single-player department, and then multiplayer, it tried to chase the free-to-play trend, and it just kind of messed with a lot of, like, core systems, and I didn't really like that as someone who loves the customization in Halo games. It's like, even though I own the single-player game for $60, I still have to pay a ton of microtransactions just to do the stuff that I've already been able to do in like all these past Halo games. And so I thought, and so that was a pretty big turnoff for me. The actual gameplay of the multiplayer I actually really enjoyed, but I mean, that customization aspect is pretty core for me. And then also just at launch, it was missing a bunch of like Forge, which was, that's been a day one thing since Halo 3. That, it took like a year for us to get Forge. Co-op wasn't even available at launch. That's been a staple since literally Halo 1 on the OG Xbox. And I don't even think they have couch co-op. I think it's online only.
Yep, I mean, couch co-op is possible, but you can't access it through normal means.
So yeah, Halo. It sounds like 3-4 because they rebranded to Halo Studios and they're switching to Unreal Engine rather than their proprietary engine they were using for Infinite. So it looks like they're really trying to evaluate things, and I hope it works well, because man, Halo needs a W, man. It's been way too long.
I have
it does, but like
I have zero expectations. For Halo Studios,
it's too late at this point. Like they missed their chance. I feel like to be like a mega franchise. Like they were a mega franchise, but I don't know if they get back there. Maybe they do. I hope they do, but we'll see.
I think they can, especially if Halo does end up going multi-plat, which it seems like Microsoft is on the path of like slowly porting more and more of their library and prepping people to go third party. I mean, they just announced Forza is coming to PS5. There's been rumors that Forza, like that's been there since the end of the OG Xbox era. And there's been rumors that Master Chief Collection is coming to PS5 and Switch 2, and that in today's age, you go back a couple of years ago, that would have been nutty. Today, that's like, I believe that. That sounds exactly like something they'd do.
I hope it does too. I would gladly play it again on Switch. It's been a minute since I've played Master Chief Collection.
Yeah, that would be an awesome get on Switch. I might even double dip on that on Switch.
Throw Reach on there too.
Yeah, even though I already own it on both Xbox and PC, so I guess I'd technically be triple dipping at that point. But yeah,
nothing is going to beat the GTA franchise. You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right at this point.
GTA 6 is going to be absolutely massive. I still, at the very least, Andy, I know you're not the biggest GTA guy. I still really think you should at least play San Andreas. I think you would absolutely love San Andreas.
You know what? It's not that I'm not a GTA. Like I just have never played it. Like and for no particular reason, just never kind of got around to it. So I actually have it on my wish list right now on Switch to buy.
That's what I meant to say. I'm glad that you're not really experienced and you haven't really had the motivation to jump in yet, I guess is what I meant to say.
Yeah, I think Vice City looks cool. That seems like my kind of game.
I think you'd like Vice City. I think you'd love San Andreas though, because I think I told you. But like, so all of these subtitled GTA entries take place in the past. All the number entries take place in the present day of whatever year they were released. San Andreas takes place in the 90s in LA, and it's very focused around like, you know, LA hip hop culture and all that. It's like very integral to like the setting and whatnot. And I think you would just absolutely adore that.
Yeah, I you described it, and it sounds like pretty sweet to play. So I am going to play them. I will say that I will try them out, and yeah, I think I'll probably get the new GTA game, like, because that also is in Vice City, right? So I mean, that looks pretty kind of like my cup of tea. So yeah, I mean, what better time to jump in than now?
Yeah. The new one takes place in Vice City, which is basically GTA's version of Florida. San Andreas is GTA's version of California, and then Liberty City is New York in that series. All right, I'm gonna read some more of these comments because we got a lot to catch up on, and I don't want to leave the comments hanging. I want to give everyone the attention they deserve here. Locke says, Xeno Research soundtrack has the effect on me that I think the Frigate Orpheon one does for most people. Yeah, dude, Xeno Research, we were talking about that earlier. I love the Xeno Research. The whole sequence is amazing, and the music is a huge part of that. Again, it uses
you guys already do that, by the way?
No,
no, we haven't yet. No, we just entered the pirate facility, so we're actually just about to get to that, I think.
Heck
Yeah, so you got here just in time, Andy. But yeah, the music that Kenji Yamamoto did here, again, it uses the Invaders synth patch, which is my favorite synth patch used throughout the entire trilogy. It's used in the Metroid Prime title theme, the Emperor Ing boss themes, and a ton of other soundtracks as well. But yeah, every time I hear that, it lights up my brain cells, man. Absolutely love that synth patch.
What do we got? We got 4 hours left of game time. That'll be close. I think we could do it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say
I love this part, by the way. My stream's a little bit delayed, but just like when the ship is just like firing and everything's crashing over that one ravine, just is such a cool part.
Oh yeah, where it's breaking apart the gears that are housing that other missile. Yeah.
So you're about halfway through the game time. We're a little over halfway through Elysia, so.
Devin Bolsters, here's a comment that was definitely from a while ago. Just in time. Such an iconic line. Agreed. Gore has some great lines in this game too. A lot of people focus on Rundus, but I love the just in time catch. Yeah, Gore has some great one-liners in this game for sure. So that's a little taste of like how far we are from the comments, from where that fight was and where we are now. Locke says you don't attack a bounty hunter's ship, talk about a low blow.
That's the truth.
Spirefan says that's a cool fight tactic. I think that's when you were showing us, Griff, about how you could freeze the fuel gel, which I did not know about until you showed me that. So I definitely agree. That is an awesome thing. I'm glad you taught me about that.
Yep.
Locke says when I die, reincarnate me as a shriek bat. Forrest says Silex secretly Admiral Dane. Let's see, Locke, I don't know what Roman numeral, is that 8 or 9? Locke, insert Roman numeral here, says hello and happy day 2 stream. Thank you so much, Locke, Roman numeral. I'm just gonna call you that from now on.
You know what? I had to confirm actually, but that is indeed my sister-in-law. Her name is, well, I won't say her name actually because I don't know if she wants me to or not, but Lock7, which is a 7, by the way. Thank you, Final Fantasy, for that. Yeah, Lock7 commented, and I was just like, is that you? And she was like, yeah, that's me. So really cool to see her here supporting us.
Andy's sister-in-law, and yeah, day 2 has been going great. We literally outraised our goal already, and we're not even halfway through the day, and we still have 3 more. We still have 3 more days left to go after this, so we got a whole lot of Metroid to go around.
Which is really funny because like the big donation incentive games, one's coming up after this, Metroid Dread, Metroid Samus Returns, and Metroid Prime are kind of the ones where the donations are part of the gameplay. So like, I mean, this is just nuts. This is just nuts.
I think you're going to be playing a certain Metroidvania, Andy.
I think I might be. And you know what? I'll gladly do it in the name of trans and queer youth. I will gladly do that for them.
Absolutely. Going back to our Star Fox talk from earlier, Spire fans said Star Fox Assault is a great game that needed 5 more campaign levels. Nintendo hates Fox, Falco, Samus, and Falcon being good in Melee, so they take it out on neglecting their sci-fi IPs. I mean, I don't know. At this rate, I don't think they're neglecting Metroid. I think Metroid's back, baby.
I hope so.
You know what? You can't say to, like, I know this is probably going to sound outrageous, but, like, you can't say that Nintendo hasn't tried with Star Fox, you know? Like, yes, there could be more games that come out, but, like, at some point, you gotta have a banger, and at some point, there's gotta be, like, a game that just, like, impresses you, or it's, like the new best-selling game of the franchise, you know? Like, you can't say that they haven't tried with Star Fox. Maybe they could try harder, but at least they're trying a little bit.
Yeah. And I think another thing going back, because we were talking about like how Nintendo is chasing the Star Fox 64 high, and I think a big reason for that is because Star Fox 64 is one of the best-selling games on the N64, and by far the most successful Star Fox title, and nothing has really achieved that same level since. Which is funny because I feel like them trying to chase that Star Fox high, that's the Star Fox 64 high, I feel like that's what's holding the franchise back. You know, I think it's different. I think it's different for each franchise. Like I remember, like I know for F-Zero, you and I, Andy, are in the same camp where, you know, Nintendo's like, oh, we can't think of a good gimmick for that, and both of us are like, just make an F-Zero game. Stupid. Like, just make an F-Zero game. That's what we want. Like, whereas I feel like it's the dead opposite for Star Fox 64, where it's like, okay, stop, enough with the Star Fox 64. We need something brand new that we haven't seen before.
I'm a little delayed on stream here, but what's going on with this tree?
I don't know. I'm sitting here thinking like this is a save room I'm actually kind of fond of. Some big giant bioengineered Chozo tree here. There's actually this diagram over here of some sort of solar system we don't know of. No real match in the databank at all.
Interesting.
Not sure. If
I can't say that I ever noticed that. That's really cool.
Yeah. I'm like my favorite save rooms, and I'm like, oh boy, that's a tier list. It's ranking all the save rooms.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Well, we got 4 hours left, so we better hustle here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's read some more comments here. Torvis says, I took the time to make a speed booster mix using videos I had on my computer. May I post the link here? Absolutely, Torvis. Yeah, paste your awesome speed booster clips here. I think that is something we would all love to see.
Yeah, are you kidding me? Also, Irene, you've donated you've donated like a crazy, but you can do whatever you want. You know, commentary. I mean, come on, you're a VIP.
Yeah, you're the top donator in here. I think you've earned a little promo. You know. I prefer to make it unlisted so that people don't think I'll start making content again on this channel. Yeah, that's fine. No worries. Spire asked Torvis, who do you main in Metroid Prime Hunters? Torvis says Trace so that I can get Imperialist ASAP. Fair game. And then, I lost my comments for a moment, and we are back. My roommate Austin, who's at work right now, says keep the stream positive by only talking about how good Metroid Prime Hunters is. Heck yeah. Austin says Punch-Out mentioned hype. That is true. I did mention Punch-Out. I really do love that soundtrack. I am due for a replay of Punch-Out. That is I understand why we're never getting another Punch-Out game, so I am glad that we got it when we did, because next level they knocked it out of the park with that.
This arena is not suited for Berserker Lord combat.
Yeah, you do. It does take a little bit longer because you can't he can't fire as much of those blue orbs as you can in some of these other arenas. Let's see, Allison asks, how's day 2 going? Pretty good, Allison. We hit our goal. We're working on our stretch goal now so that we can make Andy suffer, and I'm feeling pretty confident we're going to do that by the end of the day. So yeah, day 2 is about as successful as you can get. Spire says, I for sure was putting satire in the Melee comment. Metroid is doing well, but I do think that a GX remaster is easy to do on Switch 2. Hopefully we get a new Star Fox soon, too. Yeah, there was rumors, I want to say a couple years ago about a GX remaster. I don't know how true that's nowadays. I agree, though. That's something I absolutely would love to see. GX is one of my favorite racing games of all time, and it's got an absolutely banger soundtrack. Honestly, the soundtrack might be one of my all-time favorites too. That GX soundtrack is on another level. Hidenori Shoji absolutely cooked on that thing. Let's see. And then Lock 7 is congratulating us on the donation goal already. Thank you very much. And I think we are about almost caught up on these comments. Corvus says, I'm smelling an area rank for... Oh yeah, we already read that. Faithful Fairy says, oh my god, you already beat your goal. How fantastic. We did, yeah. And it's all thanks to you guys. All of you guys who helped donate to our wonderful cause. As well as, and what's pretty incredible as well is that not only us, but Metroid Guy is also streaming as well, raising money for the Trevor Project too. So there's actually even more money being contributed on their stream as well. So we're raising quite a bit of money right now, and we're incredibly grateful for all of you who've helped us in doing so. Allison says, I'm all about making Andy suffer. I mean, who isn't? That's my favorite American pastime, personally. Faithful Fairy agrees, making Andy suffer is a worthy cause. Griffin Andy, are you still there? I'm not hearing any of your voices.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Just
Gotcha.
observing the ship picking up this massive object.
Gotcha. Yes, we're assembling the Theronian bomb at the moment, and it looks like Andy's muted himself on Discord, so he's probably attending something right now. Okay. But yeah, it looks like we're finally all caught up on chat now. Let's see. You know what? We've been meaning to talk about the Metroid Prime 3 preview. We've been teasing that since we first entered Skytown. Why don't we get into that discussion now that we don't have any more comments left to go?
Sure.
Yeah. So the Prime 3 preview is really interesting in that it's kind of... I think the Prime 3 preview contributed for a long time of why... I don't want to say I was down on corruption until recently, but like why I held it in a noticeably lower regard than I did Primes 1 and 2. Whereas like nowadays I still consider it the weakest entry, but like I still consider it in that same tier of game where it's like I think Prime 3 is a 9 out of 10. Whereas before I'd say it's like, a 7 or maybe an 8 out of 10.
My order of preferred Prime games is in order of release 1, 2, 3, although comparing them to each other is like comparing a 99 out of 100 to a 98 to a 97.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty much the exact same way. Like, pretty much the exact same way, both my rankings and, the kind of the categories that I'd list those in. Oh, rip Samus. Yeah, I feel like the Prime 3 preview kind of contributed to that just because it almost felt like borderline false advertising to a lot of the story beats that it was setting up. Do you know what I mean?
Sort of, yeah.
Because so for those who weren't around during the Wii days, the Prime 3 preview channel was this channel that was released to promote Metroid Prime 3. Oh, and we're just outside the Xeno Research Lab. We're about to do one of the best sequences in the game. Andy, if you're watching, if you're listening right now, I hope you're watching. This is the moment you've been waiting for. Oh my god! I just saw you get blocked by the ship there. But yeah, the Prime 3 preview channel was this limited time download on the Wii, and it was released, I want to say, about a month before Metroid Prime 3, and every week it would drop this new piece of content. It was in the form of a trailer pretty much all the time, and then there was also like these little puzzles you could do to reveal like some Samus render art. But primarily every week it was like a new trailer that would drop. The first time you got like this kind of main overview trailer, and then the subsequent trailers would be like on specific aspects of the game. So you'd get like the PED suit trailer, you get the Aurora unit trailer. Rest in peace to these space pirates. You get the Space Pirate trailer, you get the Dark Samus trailer, etc.
Some of these scans are pretty gruesome. Like spinal column was severed, subject paralyzed and unable to defend while being attacked. Yikes.
Yeah, always love a good out-of-pocket Metroid scan. That is thoroughly detailing a space pirate demise. Never gets old.
Now this one here is probably the most dark. It's like target's cause of death identified to be multiple self-inflicted assault rifle shots.
Dang.
Yeah. Oh.
Right? I mean, like a coconut gun is definitely better. Okay, I mean, we can all agree.
Right. I was gonna say that's me after facing the final battle in Federation Force. All right, that's my last negative Federation Force comment. No more of that.
Yeah, come on. That's somebody's favorite game, maybe.
Yeah, we actually do
probably
New Supreme. Well, New Supreme Man. That's in our Discord. That actually is their favorite game, and you know what? I respect the hell out of that.
You know, somebody told me in the Zelda Dungeon Discord that they like Triforce Heroes more than Ocarina of Time, and like it made me want to die. But I was like, I really respect that, you know.
Take another gun.
Yeah, right. Like, but yeah, going back to the Prime 3 preview, so you had all these different trailers on various aspects of the game, and they would hint at story elements that seemed really interesting. You know, we were talking earlier about how, you know, the Aurora Unit trailer, you know, it shows the Aurora Unit in a stasis tank that looks pretty much identical to the Turian chamber in Super Metroid. Griff, you mentioned, you know, the PED trailer, you know, it showed, you know, as the Aurora Unit is saying no known side effects have been traced, as it's showing like a PED unit malfunctioning and a Federation trooper like looking at his hand while he's like trembling, and it hints that like, oh, are we gonna get like corrupted G-Fed Marines that are gonna like betray us? Like, oh, that seems really interesting. And then just absolutely none of that happens in the game at all whatsoever. And so I feel like that Prime 3 preview almost like set me up for disappointment in a sense, because I had expectations going in of what I was going to experience.
Not expectations.
Yeah, but now, you know, nearly 20 years later, being able to separate myself from that and just being able, you know, kind of like what I'm trying to do with Prime 4 right now, you know, just kind of appreciate Prime 3 in its own terms. And granted, I've always enjoyed Prime 3. But like, especially, you know, being able to detach myself from that, I've really been able to appreciate Prime 3 on an even greater level now than I even did when it first came out.
Yeah, I remember that Mother Brain Turian chamber sequence in particular just being like really, really captivating, and I had some pretty high expectations that we were finally going to get a little bit of crossover between the 2D and the 3D series. And I mean, that didn't quite pan out, but I can't sit here and say I was ever disappointed playing Metroid Prime 3 from like the get-go either. I've always considered it my second favorite of the Prime games, actually.
And you know, it's my third favorite, but I think it's totally valid to put it as your second, because like, again, after replaying it, like this game has so much sauce. Like,
I mean, and so does Echoes, to be fair. It's just like, you know, would you rather steak? Would you rather burger and fries, or would you rather, you know, pizza? And I like all of them, so you know, it's win-win-win.
Yeah, and again, after replaying, you know, Prime 3 for our definitive ranking last year, like that was the moment where like definitively like, okay, the Metroid Prime trilogy is my favorite trilogy of all time in gaming, like for sure. Like obviously Prime 1's always been my favorite game, but like really replaying those games, it's like, yeah, this is my all-time favorite trilogy, hands down.
That's a great podcast episode, ranking not a Metroid podcast, but like ranking the best trilogies like in video games.
Okay, I was gonna say, are we thinking like trilogies in general, like including movies? I think there's some fantastic movie, but I know what yours is going to be.
That's not even fair. Doing movies,
which is definitely up there, to be fair. But yeah, favorite video game trilogies. I would imagine the original Bungie Halo trilogy. You know, speaking of Halo, is probably going to be up there for a lot of people.
I feel like Mass Effect comes to mind for me right away.
Oh yeah, I love Mass Effect. Like I know people have issues with the ending, but it is still a trilogy worth experiencing.
Yeah.
And Mass Effect 3 in general is also a great game that you ought to go for, because the highs outweigh the lows.
Here's what I would say about Halo and like a franchise like Metal Gear Solid, which like the first 3 games are like absolutely phenomenal. But I feel like those are like franchises, you know, like, so I this is my own headcanon rating where it's just like they don't qualify almost. And I guess by that logic, like Mass Effect shouldn't either because there was Andromeda, but I feel like Andromeda was so different, you know?
I mean, I guess maybe in the case of Metal Gear Solid, just because 4 came out so close after 3, maybe I could see it for there. I don't think I agree. I guess technically Halo 4 came out relatively close to Halo 3, but that's
so did Reach, didn't it?
Reach is a prequel to Halo 1.
I guess in my headcanon, I would count those as like a series, almost like Zelda titles. You know, like there's a new Zelda. I don't know. It would be different for everybody, and nailing down the actual definition, I'm sure, is probably the stickiest part. But I think that'd be a cool, maybe like a bonus episode one day to do.
I think that's a great, like, a Spiteri cast episode. Definitely ranking my favorite video game trilogies. But we'll definitely have to get sorted on what counts as a trilogy or not, though. Because I feel like at least Halo I would count. I could maybe see the argument for Metal Gear. I think I'd still count that as a trilogy of games. But I also get where you're coming from there.
You know what? Before we move on, one that deserves mention is Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Just an awesome trilogy.
I still need to play those games. I was actually while we were talking about Mass Effect, I wanted to say that's another trilogy like I've been dying to play. It's on my backlog, and I own it on PC, so I don't even have an excuse anymore. But so I don't know. Maybe I'll get around to it after we finish this marathon. Although I do still need to finish Paper Mario Thousand Year Door though, because I was actually really enjoying that back when I was playing it, and I want to see that through to the end.
Another trilogy I mentioned is the Gears of War trilogy. Those games are great if you're into that stuff and don't mind all the gore.
I do really enjoy the Gears. To me, I feel like I do like the whole trilogy, but I feel like, to me at least, one stands pretty tall over the rest. At least for me personally, just in terms of like that dark atmosphere. 2 and 3 are still great games. I think they're a little colorful, which is funny because that was actually like a huge complaint back then. It's like, oh, all these brown and gray shooters look the same, and the first Gears was kind of bundled into that. But I actually really kind of like that more dreary tone the first one kind of went through, whereas that brighter color palette in the second and third games, I think, kind of took away from it, for me personally at least.
People said that about Samus Returns as well, which is funny. So we just exited, by the way, the Metroid containment center, the Xeno Research Lab, which is just like a exceptional part of this game. You skipped past the energy tank, by the way, Griff. That was very bold of you. I like it.
I did.
Yeah. But so that's probably one of my favorite parts of this game is what we just saw right there.
Oops.
Yeah, I think you could even argue this is the best part of the game. Like, the Xeno Research sequence is like, I would argue that's like a top 10 Metroid series sequence in general, not just a Prime 3 sequence.
This game has some really strong sequences, but I can't disagree with you. Like, I think Phase is really exceptional. I think the Pirate Homeworld, like the Siege in particular, is really cool towards the end. There's a lot of contenders.
I even like the entrance to Pirate Homeworld, where you're still like using, I don't know, there's something about using stealth in Metroid games that I really like. I especially love the Metroid Prime trope of like sneaking underneath the see-through floors of pirates, and they're none the wiser while you're in
that's good.
mode.
Yeah.
I always get a kick out of that.
Yeah.
See, and we actually got some new comments perk up while we were doing our discussions. So yeah, let's check out what the folks have been saying in chat. Torvis Bolt says, "I like Federation Force a lot, to be honest, but only when playing with friends." That's honestly fair. It is a very different experience playing solo, and friends is the way to go, which is what we are going to be doing on Sunday.
That's right. I never played it multiplayer before, actually, and I have to say, like, I had a blast with Federation Force.
Yeah, Friends is definitely the way to go with that game. Yeah, Andy, Gooey,
Joey, and Elias.
Yeah, Elias, and then Joey Ferris, my man Joey. All 4 of those guys are going to be playing Federation Force. I'll be moderating the whole thing, so you'll see me in chat as well, but I will not be playing. I'll just be commenting on everyone's escapades, probably going off topic a lot. I'm very good at doing that. But yeah, it's I'm actually I was saying this before we were talking about on the podcast. I'm actually really excited for the Federation Force stream, more than I thought I was going to be.
If you're like not excited for like, this is going to be one of the most fun streams that we do, I think. I really honestly believe that. Like, it's going to be a blast, and we had a blast doing some of the levels that we were doing. So yes, that's going to be and it'll be my first time like experiencing most of the game, you know, with friends, because I've never played. I'm a sicko, and I've played Federation Force like 3 separate times now, and you know, it's fine, but it's definitely going to be a different and much better experience with pals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it going to be enough of a different experience to change any of the area rankings in the Great Area Metroid area ranking, or are they basically?
Well,
probably not.
Probably not. Yeah, unfortunately. And you know what? I think it was you and me, Doom. We were talking about it, and it's like we want to give a little bit of leeway to these areas, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, we're ranking areas, so it's like these areas just aren't as good as some of the others, you know?
Yeah. Let's see. Doom GC says this lab section is peak Metroid for me. Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think I would probably put this in the top 10 Metroid sequences. The Xeno Research Lab, definitely. Like, when I think of, like, you know, Metroid moments, pure Metroid moments, like Xeno Research Lab is like one of those that comes to mind, hands down. I'm Honest says there was a scan in Metroid Prime about space pirates trying to reenact Samus's Morphball and failed horribly. Classic. Always love. Which, by the way, well, I don't want to give too much away. You might hear that scan referenced in our trivia episode that's coming up soon. But yeah, I won't delve too much more into that. But you might find something in relation to that there. But yes, always love the space pirate shenanigans scans. Always some good material there, and the morph ball is probably one of the best ones in that department. Torvis says my favorite trilogy is Metroid 2, Metroid 4, and Dread. The X trilogy. Okay, you know what? I like that. That makes sense. That Metroid guy says hello there. Hello there indeed, Metroid guy. Welcome back. Lazara also says hello there back. My roommate Austin Cool Guy says Paper Mario the 1,000-Year Door mention hype. Paper Mario is hype. I've it's been a few months since I've played it. I've just been really busy making content for Echo's 20th anniversary, and then also practicing for this marathon. But I do want to jump back into Paper Mario because I was having so much fun when I was playing that. Let's see. Mortal Khan says, hear from that Metroid guy. Well, hello there, Mortal Khan. Welcome to our stream, and thank you for joining us today. Fateful Fairy says, I think multiplayer games definitely are all about who you are playing with. They tend to be weaker as a solo experience. Definitely agree. And Federation Force, like, at its core, is something that is meant to be played co-op. It's a multiplayer experience. It's how the game was balanced, literally. And so I definitely would advise against playing it solo.
I have a tangent to go on. So Fateful Fairy is my colleague from Zelda Dungeon, Alexandria Weber, who is in the process of becoming a Canadian citizen, by the way. And I will say, so, and I've said this to you guys before, but I'm going to say it again. There are certain games where that is true, like multiplayer games definitely are all about who you're playing with. But then there are certain multiplayer games, or there are certain games that just are no good, no matter what. And you know, I often hear people compare Federation Force to Triforce Heroes, which always like kind of offends me because I think like Federation Force is like so significantly better than Triforce Heroes. So I agree with you, but not for Triforce Heroes, Alex. I'm sorry. Four Swords Adventure, though, that's a sweet game.
Mortal Khan just posted, I replayed Metroid Prime 3 2 weeks ago, and I was hit with so much back pain when I read Metroid Dread is almost finished. I will say, I pitched this idea back during our definitive ranking episode. If Prime 3 does get ported to Switch, I think one of the coolest little Easter eggs you could do for that game is to edit that scan and make it say Project Dread has reached the final stage of completion. That would be such a 5-star tier reference there, I would actually like scream. Like,
And it'd
that
be
would
easy to do too. Like I actually don't think that that's out of the realm of possibility, like at all.
Well, I
Yeah,
remember
that actually would be like, that would be like maybe the coolest Easter egg ever if they did that one little adjustment. So hey,
Yeah.
if any trans rights supporting Retro Studios employees happen to be on stream watching us right now, and you happen to be working on that Prime 3 port, there's your idea. You don't have to credit me at all. I will be happy if that appears regardless.
From what I remember, I think the scan next to the Dread scan said that it didn't work out or something like that. But I can confirm for you later.
All right. I mean, we are about to hit the pirate homeworld. We are just about done with Skytown, so.
We just gotta do a literal tower defense and then beat Helios.
I love this section. The Theronian bomb section is just so cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool combat gauntlet for sure.
Yeah. Even just like the
Mortal
concept of dropping that bomb, I think is like so un-Metroid-like that it feels, and it's probably the coolest use of your ship, I think, in the game as well.
I agree. Yeah, especially like the whole thing, whether not just the combat gauntlet, but the actual assembly of the bomb too. Like it really feels like you and the ship are working together in tandem throughout the whole process. I think that's why I love Prime 3's unique flavor so much, is because it has so much stuff on the surface you wouldn't consider un-Metroid-like, but I think that's what I love so much about it, is because it recontextualizes things that aren't supposed to be in Metroid games, and it makes it work so well in the context of a Metroid game, and I think that's why I love it so much. Anyways, Mortal Khan said that would be a core memory, not even exaggerating. I believe you. Literally the Metroid Dread reveal, I've said this many times in the podcast, that is straight up a core memory for me. It is still, I mean, granted, it's been over 3 years now since Metroid Dread came out, and it still feels wild to say that Metroid Dread is a real game that I'm going to be playing in just a few hours, actually.
We will move the Skytown facility as close as possible to the Leviathan shield.
Metroid guy says, oh, and we managed to raise about $120 on my latest stream. Let's go! So yeah, right there, that's almost $1,000 already in support of the Trevor Project. And I'm sure once Dread starts, and I'm sure usually once we reach the end of Corruption, we'll probably start to get some more donos as well. But yeah, like I said earlier, I think we're gonna be hitting that $1,000 stretch goal, and yeah, very excited for that, and very appreciative of you guys. You know, I've said that throughout the streams, but you know, I can't say it enough. You know how much I appreciate you guys in the Omega Metroid community for turning up to this and, you know, supporting a wonderful cause.
Truly, I mean, just mind-boggling. Like I said this yesterday when we were kind of closing off day one. I didn't know what to expect, but I didn't expect this. I didn't expect us to crush our goal like a day and a half into the marathon. I didn't expect our chat to be popping off the way that it has been. I don't know. I was worried maybe we'd be streaming for nobody. This has just been like nobody, as in like nobody's watching. This has just been like such a cool, great like humbling, you know, outpouring of support from people, and for a great cause. I mean, like Trevor Project, as we all know, does some really great work, and Metroid guy, that's so cool that you're, you know, able to raise even more on top of that. That's some hero stuff there, man.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we actually got 31 viewers right now. So yeah, shout out to all 31 of you, regardless whether or not you're participating in chat or not. You are seen, you are loved, and yeah, we're hoping you're all having a blast like we are.
They want to see that Theronian bomb. That's what everyone wants to see right now. They want to see that bomb get dropped.
Yeah, yesterday it was all about the bog. Today it's all about the bomb.
If the spire is destroyed before reaching
Look at that suit. I love the PED suit as it gets more and more corrupted. Underrated suit.
We were just talking about earlier. I agree. I think the PED suit is very underrated. I like both the base version and obviously, you know, the fully corrupted version is like the version you think of when you're doing a suit ranking. But even that base one you start off with, it's very unorthodox, but I really like it.
You must defend the Spire at all costs.
Like I said, literal
I can't not think of Spire fan reading that.
I was thinking the same. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, like.
Is there? I forget. Is there some sort of like friend voucher thing to make sure that this does not get damaged ever?
I think it's. I don't think it's not damaged at all. I think it's like half damage or like 75% damage. But I don't think it's like 0 hits at all whatsoever. I could be wrong though. Actually, I could just. I'm not playing right now. I could just look that up right now. I have a I'm literally sitting in front of a computer right now. Doom GC says, if done right, I would love for an AI to return inside Samus's helmet. If done right, though.
I think that would be easy to do, and I think that would be great. And I think that you could do it with Adam. Like, you know, instead of Cortana, you just have Adam, and I think that that's fine. You know, one of the biggest things about Metroid Fusion is like the momentum in that game pauses sometimes just because you have to read so much text from Adam, and if you could just have that in your ear, you know, instead, and you're freely able to move around, like, I think that would be so awesome. And like, you even see it a little bit in this game as well. Like, you have some cutscenes with Admiral Dane or like some other people, you know, talking to you, and you could still freely move. So I think that would be like I think that should be essential for games going forward, if you wanted to do Adam, and if you didn't, I think that you don't lose anything by not having that either. Really quickly, I'm gonna read a question. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're good.
I was just gonna say, I want to answer. Rodrigo asked us if we managed to fix the site indexation on Google search. And Rodrigo was so awesome. He offered to help me out with that. If anyone remembers, I was having I was having a heck of a time with that. Yes, we got it fixed. And if you search Omega Metroid on Google, you now see the spiffy icon there. So it was fixed. I don't know exactly what we did, and I can't say that I fixed it. I met a wonderful Metroid fan named Lorenzo from Italy, and Lorenzo is an IT student, and was just like, dude, I'll take a look at the site, see if we can help you out. And I don't know what they did, but it worked, and it was awesome. So it's been working ever since. Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
So I'm looking at the friend voucher challenges right now, and I'm actually not seeing anything for the Spire Pod. So I don't think there's anything associated with that unless this Wikitroid article is out of date.
Those pirates just jumped their deaths. He just jumped off.
But yeah, going back to Doom GC's question about the suit AI, yeah, totally. I think if done right, it could work well. Actually, one of my favorite things about Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal as well is Vega, which is the Doomslayer's AI used throughout the game, and he very understated, but the understated personality of Vega, I think, really contrasts well with the big gun go boom personality of the Doomslayer, and I think those really work well together. And so I think something like that with Samus would also be pretty cool if done right, like Doom said. In a way, we kind of already have a suit AI. Like, we have, the suit AI saying record it to logbook and stuff like that.
Whatever.
Yeah. But obviously it's like a very, very generic statements that happen during stuff. It doesn't play any story role or provide contextual dialogue to anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you should see on the stream here in a moment, there is a timer for here. You can hear it on the announcer say it every so often, but there is a physical timer up top. So it's about 5 minutes.
Torvis said, regarding AI inside the helmet, it would be cool if the actual game music was music that the helmet made based off Samus's mood. Kind of yes and kind of no. I think that'd be kind of cool. The only problem that I might have with that is if it's too triumphant, then you don't have that kind of ambiance or atmosphere. And actually, that reminds me of one of my favorite games ever, of Skies of Arcadia, which the theme does change in a battle, and it turns into, if you're getting your butt whooped, it's kind of playing this desperate theme, and if you're not, then it plays this really triumphant kind of theme as well, which I like for that, but I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'd have to see it and how it works for for Metroid, but how do you gauge if you're how do you gauge the mood is my question.
Yeah. I think also I want to respond to another Corvus comment as well that they just posted. They said, I don't think they should actually do that in Prime 4 because of how generative AI has negatively impacted art as we see it, but the idea would be neat in isolation. I think that we're talking about something completely different here. We're not talking about like, as I'll refer to it as AI slop of today. We're talking more of like AI characters in sci-fi. So like, you know, a HAL, or you know,
or Katana or something like that.
Cortana.
Who's the guy that was in Tony Stark's Iron Man suit? That was Vision, right?
Jarvis. Jarvis.
Jarvis. Okay.
Yeah. We're talking about like fictional artificial intelligence, you know, characters, not like generative AI slop. So
yeah, that can be the boss that you fight and defeat in Prime 4, you know, like.
Yeah, Mortal Khan says, imagine in the entire time we've just been listening to Samus's playlist.
If this game
I want that playlist, so.
If this game gets remastered, I wonder how much more spectacular they make the Thronian bomb going off look.
That's a great point, Griff. Like, we talk about remastering Sanctuary Fortress a lot, as we should, because that would look fantastic, but I mean, there are some areas in this game that are breathtaking. Like, I mean, Skytown is breathtaking. I would love to see the Pirate Homeworld. I think that would look phenomenal. There's a lot of areas that, and you know what else too? Like, and Doom, I think you agree with this. Is like, in playing Metroid Prime Remastered, like what the area, in my opinion, that got the biggest glow up is actually the Phazon Mines. So you could take an area that maybe, you know, doesn't stick out as much, maybe like a Brio or something like that, or a Norion, and like. I would love to see what that would look like remastered. I think that would look really exceptional.
I mean, I love Brio. I don't know if I agree that it doesn't stick out as much.
Yeah, maybe Brio wasn't the best. Maybe Norion, like the GFS Olympus, might be more fair.
Yeah. But yeah, totally, I agree. I mean, again, I would love to see all these areas remastered. I mean, my God, if we got Sanctuary Fortress remastered, I would, man, I would be so happy.
This is a safe for work stream, Doom.
Yeah. All I said is I would be very happy. But probably not going to happen. So I'm not setting those expectations up. Again, I will be happy even if we just get some basic bare bones HD ports with dual analog controls.
Yep, I would too.
Austin says Samus versus Grok. Exactly. That's exactly what.
Is Grok the Twitter AI? That's a villain right there. That's like what MB is on the bottle ship.
Exactly, yeah.
Jeez.
Stalnox says, I'd be more curious as to how the friend tokens get replaced in a remake. I would imagine they'd probably just find alternate ways to unlock those, like maybe different challenges. I don't think there'd be like a friend sharing thing. It's also possible they just...
Oh, so I think we're about to say the same thing. I think the answer is like they just don't do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say because like Prime Remastered didn't include the fusion suit, which even though I don't like that Metroid Prime take on the fusion suit, I think they should have still included that, but they didn't include it there. It's possible they just don't include any of those bonus unlockables in 3, which would be a real shame because I actually do really like the Prime 3 unlockables, like the bobbleheads, the ship bumper stickers and stuff like that. So I would really like to see that stuff return, but it's possible that it just doesn't.
Well, let me clarify too. When I say they don't do it, I mean like they don't do it as in like friend vouchers or whatever. Like you just unlock them through another way, like by item completion or whatever, something like that.
Well, I agree with you. I don't think there would be a friend voucher thing in a Prime 3 port. I think those would not be replaced. I think they would just kind of be naturally unlockable, like kind of how the concept art and the music in Prime Remastered is unlocked. You get more stuff for completing the game, you get more stuff for 100% scans, 100% items, and then you have some hard mode exclusive stuff.
Orvis Bog Remastered.
There's an FYI.
The Bog.
There's an FYI. Helios might be camping up there, but you actually look up there before the fight starts. He is not there. He just appears.
Yeah, Metroid Prime 2 Bog Edition.
That's some tactical stealth action from Helios, Griff.
Yep.
I think. Bog. That's the new glug. Anyone not lucky enough to know what that reference is, tune into Metroid Other M, the movie, on Saturday night.
I mean, there's probably going to be a lot of glug 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 going on.
Well, yeah, you know what, that too. A different kind of glug, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great, underrated boss Helios, challenging, and I like this design actually. I think it's a cool boss fight, and I feel like it kind of gets slept on a little bit in the game because it's. I think people think it's quite like difficult, which like it is, but I'm a fan of Helios.
Yeah, I like it. It's not my favorite, but yeah, I think it's a good boss.
You know what? It's probably
creative
the
boss.
weakest of the 3 like Leviathan bosses, but I still think it's really fun.
I don't agree with that. Moganar is definitely my least favorite boss in the whole game. I do not like that fight at all.
Oh, okay. I'm a Moganar. I was gonna say Stan. I'm not a Stan, but I like Moganar too.
You're a Moganar tolerator.
Yeah. Well, I'm a Moganar enjoyer.
Okay.
Can you please hit them?
Yeah, I think hyper mode in general might have soured me on Moganar. Let's see.
Very, very cool design here. Looks like the alien ship from Nope.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing when you said alien ship. I'm like, oh, I know exactly where this is going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize you finally saw Nope.
I watched it the other night actually. I finally got around to it, and I'd been meaning to watch it for like forever.
It's so good, right? It's so
Very
good.
Yeah.
Did you both
Yeah,
notice how
Helios kind of like is similar in a way where it's like the shape-shifting kind of idea. I don't want to spoil anything here, but it's kind of similar.
I hope you noticed I kind of skipped the damage phase.
Yeah, I was about to say actually, you're kind of taking it to Helios. Like you just slaughtered this poor alien creature.
Yeah, once
He didn't go into his giant phase at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Helios seems to have like health brackets where like when you get to like a third of his health gone, he just will not take damage and immediately summon more swarm bots.
That's going to be actually like the quickest Helios kill I've seen. Like, I mean, certainly quicker than I've ever done. That was really great.
I'm also on easy mode, so that helps.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Jetstream is in agreement. He's saying that had to be the quickest kill I've seen. What difficulty?
It's these monsters are no challenge for Big Griff. You better get out of the way.
Yeah, and my roommate Austin once again says Nope mentioned hype. Very true. Nope is hype as hell. Very good movie. If you honestly, if you haven't seen it, like go see the entire. I guess it's the Jordan Peele 3-film. I don't know if it's a trilogy, but like 3-film. I don't know. What
I don't know.
repertoire?
He has 3 movies and they're all awesome.
Another trilogy for your tier list.
Yeah, I don't know if those ones quite fit the bill, but
yeah, I would not count that as a trilogy.
There it is. Look at these nice hyper missiles.
But yeah, if we did an episode just talking about our all-time favorite films, you're definitely gonna hear me talk about Get Out, and probably gonna hear me talk about Nope as well.
You know, I think Us is actually Us. Oh god, yeah, Us. The second film, I think that one's like really underrated. Actually, I was like kind of spooked out watching that in theaters.
That's the one I still haven't seen yet. I need to get around to that one of these because I've heard people that love it. I've heard people that hate it. I haven't heard anyone really that's in between on that film, but I need to watch it myself and really judge it for myself.
The only Kevin Peele movie
I
I've
enjoyed
seen,
it a lot.
The only Kevin Peele movie I've seen was Get Out, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, Get Out is legit in my top 5 favorite films of all time. I adore that film.
Yeah, so good. Jetstream wins. Hyper missiles, the most underused upgrade I've used. Health drainer, and they can bounce off invulnerable targets.
I was about to say I'd put Get Out in 3 times in my all-time favorite film list if I could.
If hyper mode's about to run out, you're low on energy, just fire off a hyper missile.
I don't know that I like the hyper missiles. I don't know. Would you say that they're the most? I guess like I personally I never use them in corruption like unless I need to.
I use them plenty.
Like, I don't think I ever use them.
I use them plenty on phase because you don't have to worry about health running out. You're just like, well, these are really powerful attacks. Just throw them out. They're basically equivalent to super missiles, and you have a bunch by the end of the game. There's also some things on phase that can be broken by hyper missiles that are pretty useful, at least in the Dark Samus fight.
Yeah, I'll definitely try because I think I really only use them on phase as well, unless there's like a mandatory puzzle to be solved. Because otherwise, like the regular hyper mode just already just absolutely obliterates like most of the enemies as they are.
Yeah.
Torvis says, "You know that's a bog play when Torvis was amazed." Very true. Very true.
We need like a shirt or something like that that's like into bog or something with the bog, you know. We need to get on this.
I feel like we got to do it's boggin time. Like I feel like that's too good.
It's boggin time.
Yeah, my favorite moment from Metroid Prime 4 is at the end, where Sonic looks at Samus and says, "You did it, Samus. You really are the Metroid Prime 4 Beyond."
Yeah. Let's get to that pirate homeworld.
I'm gonna land.
Which Aurora unit is this? This is 242?
217.
Correct.
217. Oh, okay.
No, 217.
242, yeah.
217 is Alicia. 242 is this one, and then 313 we fight later.
Yeah, I am gonna land in the pirate homeworld and take a quick 5-minute bathroom break, stretch a bit.
Yep. No worries.
I think you've earned it after that wonderful boss fight there.
I think that boss fight was like 10 minutes shorter than I was expecting it to be, so that's no problem at all.
Once you know that it's stuck in health brackets and you literally cannot damage Helios, just charge up a hyper beam shot and just wait and just unload on them, and you'll skip a lot of that phase right there. I don't know what these weird egg-looking things down here are.
One of my favorite parts of this game.
All the main worlds of this game are fantastic.
I mean, that's true, but I have a special spot for the pirate homeworld.
Yeah, Pirate Homeworld, again, this is another reason why I'm so happy I replayed Prime 3, because going into Prime 3, I didn't have a very high opinion. It's like, oh, it's just red phase on mines. Replaying Prime 3, oh, no, it is so much more than red phase on mines. It is such a killer area. Honestly, it might be one of my favorite areas in the series after playing Corruption. It's so good.
Basically shows that it's like the pirates definitely have their own, like if this is the overall aesthetic that that Metroid uses for space pirate stuff, I'm all for it, because the Federation has their own kind of aesthetic and like built like infrastructure and designs and stuff, and if this is what the pirates are going to go for, that's pretty cool looking.
That PED suit looks fantastic too, and the hazard shields are the coup de grace in making the suit just like a top tier suit, I think.
All right, put the controller down.
All right, throw on that BRB, and we'll be back in just a sec here, guys.